Good afternoon, fellow trustees. Welcome to the work session of the April 8th Board of Trustees. The meeting has commenced. It is 5:11, and Clerk Perillo, could you please confirm the presence of a quorum?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Franco?
Here.
Trustee Franco is here remotely for the audience. Trustee Hill?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Urinsky?
Present.
Thank you. And Mayor, we have Treasurer Gafka and Attorney Moran and our Deputy Treasurer, Michelle Ferrante.
Okay, just a reminder, because I'm not really sure how it comes across on YouTube streaming, but when you speak into the microphone, try and make it so that you hear yourself overhead, so we know that it's probably coming out fine, but just to be certain, just speak closely into the microphone. Thank you. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So what is that M on there? Do we know? On the screen? Is Matt, is that?
Yeah.
But Matt's here.
We should be able to maximize that, so it does the stand that student background.
Right now, it's just dark. There is no picture.
The M is us seeing.
Yeah.
It is?
Like, yeah.
M is,
Like if we turn the camera on, it would just show the back of us, like the back of my head, right?
oh, is that the meetings?
Can you
Very
see
good.
anything, Matt?
Matt can't see anything.
No, I can't see anything.
You can actually, if you just watch the live stream on mute, is probably the best way to do it.
That's what I did accidentally yesterday in our meeting.
I wonder why you can't see anything.
know.
Why is that?
Matt, if you
'Cause yesterday he could.
watch the
Yeah.
live stream on mute, is probably the best way to do it.
on this, right?
Well, he was looking at the back of Bob's head all night, so it's probably better if he sees what's on camera.
What's the matter with the back of my head?
Absolutely nothing, but, you know, it's not the most interesting part of our meeting. Doesn't change constantly.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, it's still gray.
You just turned the camera off on that laptop.
No, I took the no camera thing.
That's what the gray box is saying.
I don't get it.
There's a slider there that turns, that shuts the,
And that's off, so there we go. There you go.
Oh, I can see you.
yeah,
Oh, thank you.
tech support.
Bob, your hair does look exceptional again
Thank
today.
you. Thank you.
We could probably, let's do this.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. And may it be noted that that was the mayor that helped Matt enter into the room.
That's only taken 10 months. We're working on it.
All right, so tonight we are actually starting with where we left off last night, after in the budget prep meeting, to review the tentative budget and to see what opportunities we had for some reversals and some savings of what was proposed. And now, tonight, we didn't have a chance to go through the revenue last night, so we decided to save that for the work session today. And the trustees, you all have the revenue documents in front of you, pages 42 to 49 of the tentative budget that was stamped in. And I guess if we have any questions for the treasurer or the deputy treasurer, who's here with us too, Michelle Ferrante, Thank you for joining us at the table. Is there anything we'd like to say about these revenues first, or do you want to just dig in and start asking or observing or expressing your observations, I guess?
I think a good place to start, especially since it's toward the top of the list, is Treasurer Gafka, if you could just take us through the pilot payments and like what is included in that mix, because there is a certain misconception that none of the apartment buildings pay any taxes at all. So if you could help just fill out that number a little bit would be helpful.
Sure. There are a number of properties that are paying pilots for next year. The IDA properties specifically, we bring in.
Let's start with what a pilot is.
So pilot is a payment in lieu of taxes. These are the agreed upon amounts that are collected by the town or the town IDA, and then distributed based off of the percentage of the tax base in the area that it's collected for. So we do receive for our IDA properties that are not paying full taxes, we receive payments in lieu of taxes. That's about 50,000 from those properties. The biggest piece of this number is LIPA does pay a pilot to the town for all of their various substations and their equipment and all of those costs, and that's a little over 300,000 that the village receives a year from that. And that goes
When you
into
said the
that line.
town, you meant the village?
The village receives 300,000 from the town.
From the town.
From the town.
Gotcha.
And do we expect the number to go, or of those, which are going to go up and which are going to go down, and by how much for next year?
So we did one of the properties, Rail Realty, which is, I believe, the Hills, came off of. We're not going to collect pilot for that, so that is included in the assessed value for the village. So that's why it didn't go up a lot, but they do escalate higher every year, all of the properties. So we do collect a little bit more, and then when one drops off, that's when there's a fluctuation. So if the Hills hadn't fallen off, this number would be about 8,000 higher than it is.
What's the longest duration? When does the last one come off that we've got on the rolls?
Port Jeff Commons comes off in 2053.
And what's the next one to come off after the one that just came off? Sorry, I know we didn't.
2032.
Commons, meaning the one that hasn't even seen a groundbreaking yet.
I'm sorry, is that?
Did you mean Crossing?
I meant Crossing,
Okay.
excuse me.
Okay.
The first conifer project.
Mhm.
Right, so you have Shipyard is another one that pays pilot, Overbay, the Brockport building, and there's one other one that's going to escape me right now. But
One North.
And One North, thank you.
One thing I want to add about IDAs is that we have met, or I've met with the chair. She's actually the CEO of the IDA.gov that governs that. And she was surprised to find that we were not, actively getting that information prior to those being locked in, because there is a window where we can make a case to reduce that, or the date, right? So we should be paying attention to the next IDAs that are happening and make sure that we're in those conversations
Mhm.
so that it's not being done to us.
And then on the topic of development projects, the Maryhaven Beechwood property, do we have an idea of when that will get on the property tax rolls?
I do not. I'm not even sure it's through the full planning process yet. Once that's completed, then perhaps we might have a better idea, but obviously not until it's fully built.
Gotcha. So it is at the planning board right now, but it would be reasonable to say the faster they get through the planning board, the sooner they will be on the property tax rolls.
That is very fair to say.
And have we made sure the planning board understands that as well?
No,
Okay.
I can tell you I had a conversation with the attorney for Beechwood today. He fully understands it.
it's just planning board is independent.
Right. I just think we can all benefit from information.
Well, do we know, have they closed on the property yet?
I don't know.
Because once they close, it'll go on the tax roll, so get some sort of taxes at the very beginning until they develop it.
I'm thinking that closing is contingent upon approval of their plans.
Probably, yeah.
And that hasn't happened yet. Plans have not been reviewed and there's engineering involved, so.
So you're right, time is of the essence. The sooner that gets done, the sooner they can be on the tax rolls. Stephen, you want to explain the franchise taxes?
So the franchise taxes are the fees that we collect from the various franchises like Cablevision, or Altice, having a certain number of subscribers in the area. We collect money on that, but so when subscribers go down, so does that money that comes in, and that's why we're projecting. We've been trending down, if you can see, from 23 down to what we're at this year, and we're going to come in under the number this year as well, likely at around 136, 137, 140, in that range. That's why we brought that number down. For the
Is
tentative.
FiOS on that list of franchisees?
No.
Should they be? I'm not asking, I guess I'm not, I wonder if they should be because they're actually providing services in our community.
Now,
Uh-huh.
right, we were kind of locked into Optimum, so if we in Port Jefferson now have an option for choice, we should definitely be looking into that.
Is that a question with the town? Because,
I'd have to look into that.
uh-huh.
And I think the general revenue is going down, mainly because of, people cutting the
Streaming.
cord.
Mhm.
Mayor, the answer to your question is when and if FiOS becomes a fully active cable subscriber in the area, then
Mhm.
yes, they should be participating in the franchise tax.
I just remember seeing an announcement about that recently.
The town announced that it took years, many years, but
Mhm.
they finally, the town and Verizon came to an understanding that they are now allowed to
Go.
come into Brookhaven.
Mhm.
But don't
Okay.
they have to come to the village?
They have to come everywhere. That's what held it
No, I
up.
mean, don't they have to come to the village to
They're
do separate?
coming.
Okay. So then,
My
once they do that,
understanding is they're
then
coming.
they would be on the French, okay.
Correct.
Stephen, park and recreation fees,
Yes.
what it encompasses that?
That's everything that goes through recreation, and the main driver of that is camp, for Renee's camp. Certain programs that are done, certain recreation clinics, that's all part of that revenue. So if you look at 2024, that's when we weren't always deferring, including, we talked about this with the country club fund, but we also had some deferrals that we needed to do for the general fund as well, where we were collecting monies that were for June, July, August. And that's where you see like some of the history, looks like there's that big drop.
Yep.
That's because of that. So that was a one-time reset. But this year, speaking with Renee, she said it was just down this year a little bit. So we want to project, we don't want to project back up again. We want to just stay consistent with this year. And if we overperform, that's a good thing. But
So this might have been a better question for Renee, but do the camps operate at capacity?
You mean
Like, can they
to
take?
the staffing?
Yeah.
She uses the staffing to accommodate the number of the
campers.
capacity of, yes.
Gotcha. But
Yes.
I guess so. In theory,
The answer is yes.
well, but if we could get more campers, we could get more staff. Like a
Correct.
certain point, we'll run out of space in the building, or where the campers would be. But are we at that point yet?
Well, last night she explained it had something to do with the management, because there's only 2 management people
Mhm.
there. And I think what I heard her say is that if she had another person, she could run a larger and accommodate more campers. She'd
And-
like to accommodate 200 versus 100, but she just doesn't have the administrative support to do that.
Right. And she would rotate the places, like they wouldn't all be at the same place at the same time.
Understood.
The concessions for caterers, how was that derived?
So this is the Lessings revenue, and this number was derived at reaching out directly to their administrative staff and asking them what they are projecting as their minimum take for next year, which was projected at $3 million. So that number was the 9% of the $3 million to get to the 270. We are going to continue to work, and Trustee Ugrinsky as well, to see if there have been any changes to that expectation prior to adoption, to see if there's additional opportunities for revenue. But that is the current projection that we received.
It's an educated guess also,
Yeah.
because they know what they've booked.
Mm-hmm.
And their numbers are definitely, I mean, they started at this time last year,
Right.
inheriting what the prior lessee booked. And they've been booking their own engagements since then. So I think that's a pretty, it's really tough to anticipate and project what they thought their revenues would be last year, but now they have a better idea because they actually have bookings on the books. A book of business, as they say.
Do we still have a copy of what their projections were prior to us voting on the lease change? Because I thought they were going to more quickly catch up to what the prior tenant was paying.
Or wasn't paying.
Well, that more quickly catch up to what the prior tenant was supposed
Was
to be
supposed to
paying.
pay.
We do have it, we have it somewhere, probably in the clerk's office. We could look at that, but just, you're looking at it for informational purposes?
Yeah.
Do you want that now, or?
I mean, not immediately now, because it's not going to change
Yeah.
what they can do, right?
Yeah, I think last year or this current fiscal was kind of a ramp up for them, as discussed. But one of the things we're going to sit down and go through is we'd like to see sort of the backup of where they are now, so that we can properly, adjust this as needed, the 270.
Yep.
But it is starting to, 270 is pretty close to the 300,000 that we, would have gotten had we been actually getting that, but from our prior lessee, full payment, right? Had we
Well,
gotten full payment.
Yeah, it had gone up to 360.
360.
Yeah.
Yeah, would have been the number. Yeah. Okay.
And the village.
Stephen, sorry,
Go
how
ahead.
much of that projected revenue is from the $400 per member fee at the turn that we received? Can you break that down for me?
I don't have that number. I only have the total projection from Lessings, which was $3 million, and that's how I base this. I don't have any further breakdown than that.
It is 9% of the minimums would go into that.
I think it would be 9%
So-
of the minimums that were used,
Collected.
collected.
Because it's revenue, right into their pockets. It's not what is spent out of the revenue. I mean, spent out of the minimums.
I hope
Yeah,
you're
I
right,
just don't
but
have
we
that
should
breakdown.
confirm that.
Yeah.
It's,
I would hope.
sure, let's
Yeah,
confirm it.
Yeah, I
but
hope you're
if
right.
they're not doing that,
Right, it's
that's-
still staying in there.
That would be,
They're,
Yeah.
yeah, they're still
Yeah.
getting it, so.
I'll get that number.
Village Center rentals. 175, you think that's obtainable?
So we went up this year when we raised the room rental rates, and we thought that we would go from 155 to the 190 because of the raised rates. There was some decrease in activity for whatever reasons. And then speaking with Renee, she thinks that if she's at full staff for the Village Center, the full 3 people, she'll be able to drive the revenue to meet the revenue goals of the 175, which was going back down to what it was the year before.
Right.
I still think that we're going to be at around the 150 number by the end of May. We do get a larger number of room rentals in May. So we'll be consistent with where we were last year. We will not have hit our goal, but I think if at full staff and everybody contributing, they'll be able to do it.
plus we're going to introduce Muzingo.
I don't know what that is.
It's going to be a revenue driver. Ah,
Some
Steve-
music bingo, I'm
Steven.
guessing?
yeah.
All right.
Stephen, historically, have we ever hit 175,000? Because I spoke to Renee and she said that number was too high. And that, they had maybe hit 140, 150. So historically, we've never, ever hit it. And with the increased rates, we still haven't hit it. What would make us think, and from what Renee told Bob and I during our meeting, that the room was booked pretty consistently. So why do we think we're going to hit 175 now?
I can only go off of the conversations that I had with Renee and as the supervisor, and that is how it was relayed to me. I mean, to answer your question, historically, we haven't hit 175, but we hit 160 in 2024. The thought coming into fiscal 25 was that there would be additional increase. There seemed to be a ramp up. We were bringing in more revenue year over year, 139, 157, 160. So we thought this seemed to be a good trend, bring it up. She thought it would be successful. It didn't happen. Then we increased the room rental rates where we thought all factors considered that we would, even at flat room rentals, we bring in 190. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So that's the information that I have. It's up to this board if they want to change it.
I say keep it because a couple things. If we hire a third administrative person, or not administrative, but a third,
It's a union position.
the union position, that could focus big time on marketing of the Village Center, the rooms, and the activities that go on in there. Number one, that would have an impact on driving revenue. And number two, we're actually looking at, and this will be presented, I think tonight, Sylvia, or maybe at the end of the month meeting, is to do a request for interest in creating a list of preferred vendors for the Village Center, for which we would qualify them. They would have to provide insurance, and that's tonight, Sylvia? There would be requirements for them to be able to provide food and beverage services to the parties that get booked there. No additional charge to the room rental people, the people who are renting the room, but it would be a site fee to the vendor that is on the preferred list. And this seems to be an effective way of managing and monitoring how food is distributed in the venue that is owned by the village. So that would be another
would-
source of revenue.
I would like to see the data from Renee to support bringing on another position that's going to cost the village $5,000 approximately, that's going to support that, that amount of money being spent on a new position. She has not provided anything but, verbal, information. I'd like to show us the data where that's going to support that position, because if it doesn't at least meet that, then that's, that hire doesn't make sense.
I guess,
If we're not going to exceed the 105,000, it doesn't make any sense.
well, it's already budgeted for, but, number one. Number two, the data in terms of business plan, does that qualify as data?
I mean, it would help support it, yes. But if
Fair
you're going to
enough.
say that we're going to make an additional $15,000 on room rentals and hire a person at a $105,000 salary, I mean, that doesn't make sense. Show me globally how that business plan and how you're going to be able to bring in additional people, having this, show me exactly what they're going to do and how they're going to be able to support their own salary plus.
Okay, so the Village Center, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to Renee, because I feel like last night she was kind of beat up. And her whole purpose in this world is to create a quality of life for the people who visit and utilize the Village Center. She gets no special treatment out of it. She doesn't make a bonus. She's actually the lowest paid department head on our whole payroll, which is unequitable and has no parity. She also comes in and makes no overtime, but she is the first responder to the building when there are issues with the building. She treats that building like it's as if it's her own home, the way she cares for it, the way she makes sure that services that are needed in the building are received. And she's been operating like alone on an island in that building for a very long time. And pleading for support. It's basically parks. It's a parkland. It's a facility. She's not she manages the building, but she's not a plumber. She's not a mechanic. She's not a window washer. She's not. But she cleans the toilets if the person who is actually the person who's the janitor is on vacation. She comes in early, opens the building, and cleans the toilets. So. I want to give her a little bit of grace here. I mean, I just feel a hostile voice coming across where the Village Center is concerned. This Village Center was built not to make money. It was built as a quality of life benefit to residents and those coming in to visit the Village of Port Jefferson. And nobody wants to see taxes go up. But if she can provide services in that building as the department head who doesn't make overtime, who is the first responder to come in if something's going wrong with the building, she's an employee. She's trying to manage a budget. She's trying to project income. 175, maybe it's high, but okay, we'll take it down. And maybe the projection is too high, but let's not put this employee in a position where she feels like she's being, her budget's going to be slashed because somebody doesn't really understand what the purpose of this building is. So give it a little grace.
Asking for data is certainly not something, especially coming from you, Mayor. You are a data-driven person.
You're talking
So
about a business plan.
I've taken your lead.
And we agreed to-
and
that's
if
a good
She has
idea.
a business plan that she wants to put in place. If you're asking for a hire of $105,000, which very well might be needed, prove to us mathematically where it's going to work.
It's a union
And I
position
understand
that
what you're
wasn't replaced.
saying, Mayor, I understand what you're saying in regards to the role of the Village Center, but this body has a responsibility to the taxpayer of this community to manage this building. And we're not going to, like with the vote on the tax cap, We're not doing it in the dark when someone's not giving us the information that we need. If you're asking for something like this, provide the documentation to support your request. It's not a attack on this young lady. It is saying this is the information that we need to go forward with that.
So what I'm getting out of this conversation is that it would be helpful for a business plan that would support the filling of a pre-existing union position that hasn't been filled yet. So if that's what's needed, and if the department head feels like it's something that can be put together and justified, I don't know why we need to justify filling a union position, because it's contractual, but if that's what you're asking for, let's go for it. I'll talk to Renee about it.
I have to say that I agree with you, but I think telling the residents of this community, we're going to raise your taxes 41%, you know what? We need to look at every item, line item, and make sure that everything is appropriate going forward. That is more, listen, I'm sorry if they're upset that I'm asking for additional information, but information allows us to make accurate decisions. But I thank you for getting that. I hope she has that ready and available for us before the 22nd.
Well, I'll help her with it, that's for sure.
Stephen, the village bus trips, that's a pass-through, right?
Direct pass-through. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, but if we lower the expense, I'd lower the revenue because
Right.
it's supposed to be that way.
Okay. Now, there's talk about another ship coming in, to Harborfront Park that would be docked at the docks, and we'd be getting rent for it. Where would that be?
I haven't seen what those projections could potentially be, so it's not built into this
Okay,
budget.
but where would that go?
Where
if
would
we-
it be?
Yeah.
2410.
Where the Seawolf is,
24
maybe?
where Seawolf is?
We don't have a specified line for something like that. I would probably say it would get put into the miscellaneous revenue line, which would be a 2770.
Okay.
Unless we made one specifically for that purpose, but I don't think it's needed. But that's where I would put it.
Stephen, in order to be consistent, in my mind, it should just be another line under the Seawolf line.
Under
with
rental
whatever
property.
that rental is. Just for consistency.
That's okay. Sure.
My mic's dead, but I agree. Just so next year we know what we're looking at.
Yeah, no, I hate using like miscellaneous or
Yeah,
other,
yeah.
right? Because you don't know what's in it, really.
Is our revenue for the cell tower put in here, the increased revenue for not the cupola in Village Hall? There's a projected $700 increase a month for added equipment that we haven't voted on yet, but I don't think anybody's going to turn that one down.
That is not built into this.
Okay, so that's a little bit more revenue, right?
That
700
would
times
be
12?
if that's something that the board thinks that should be built into this budget. I can certainly do that.
The board,
And where does that go?
That would go into cell tower rental.
the last item on page 45.
Yeah.
So we collect revenue for the cupola cell tower up at the country club and here on top of
I don't have a
Village Hall.
page 45.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't have a 45.
No, page 45, look at the
No.
back page.
I'm not certain how that happened.
Here.
I printed a range.
Do you have 46?
Yeah. Oh, I got 44 to 46, but not 45.
You got 47?
Yep,
Yeah.
and 48.
I apologize. I didn't know that there was a page missing when I printed a range. I can go and get that for the
I think
board.
we'll be fine.
I think I asked this last night. Skating rink, we're
Sit down so they can use.
to share.
Take yours.
Is that the same, is that, you have a duplicate?
It's 45, right? Is that?
Yeah.
45.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 45.
How that happens.
So I think I asked this last night, but skating rink revenue, we're going to be negotiating a contract with that. I mean, a new contract. Right, so,
And we also
That-
talked about not
right,
talking about
Yep.
negotiating a contract in a public meeting.
Yep.
Just to back up on the cell tower, we're adding 700 a month to the
Yeah, so
To this
existing
building.
on
8,400.
top of.
Are we also
Right.
looking at the country club in that concept too? So they'll be adding equipment up there with, if there's board approval to do that? Okay.
That could be 8.5 to 15. That could be another 8,500 per, if we're adding the
Mhm.
700. Yeah.
It'll be 17 total, potentially, if it happens in the budget year.
Is it possible, is that possible to happen by the end of the month or no?
The cell tower?
Yeah.
I'm hearing that yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
It's on an agenda to vote for it, correct?
Oh,
Yes,
nice.
this-
Awesome.
Sooner
That's-
than
okay,
later.
got it.
That
Yeah.
700 will be incorporated into the enhanced equipment at this building, or the shed outside.
So that would be an $8,400 increase to that line, yes.
There's a contract in our packet.
interest earnings from 120 to 60.
Yes. So two factors. One, the Fed rate decreasing, and two, having slightly less cash on hand. So we're the projections, and I ran these by Munistat, were that the Fed was going to likely aggressively cut rates, within the next year,
Yeah.
which would bring that number down.
How accurate have they been in the past?
They were pretty accurate. We're going to hit our number pretty on target this year.
Mhm.
Because that's cutting it in half. That's a
Yeah.
considerable drop.
Yeah. It's a highly unpredictable variable.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Can we just talk about the business licenses, permits, those two items? Because they also seem to have meaningful jumps. So is that based on permits we know are expiring that would need to be renewed?
yes, that, and just overall, there's been an increase of activity and paperwork and going through and making sure that we're collecting every dime.
We actually have a person working in our building and planning department who is focusing on closing out open permits and COs, and she's rolling up her sleeves and just getting into the finer points. I mean, open permits for the last 20 years. So she's finding them, and they're collecting the revenue for it. Permits are a different story, I think. The permits are, what's that revenue anticipated as a result of?
So this is as a result of projected, and speaking with the building department, projected increases that would likely be before the board on those fees all around. And this does not include one-off, windfall monies. This is the projected increase for those routine permits that happen recurringly every year, kind of like a baseline.
Plus, we have a bunch of pretty large developers with plans in
Yeah.
front of the planning board and the building department. not insignificant at all.
Mayor, there was also an effort by Josephine, because I sat with her going through various iterations of bringing our fees up to snuff with surrounding municipalities or like municipalities. So there's likely be before this board, as Treasurer mentioned, a possible increase in building fees, just to bring it into, what other municipalities, or similar municipalities are charging for similar services.
They're closing out that research, and I think we're going to invite them to the May work session on that.
Which includes, just for the board's edification, slimming the process down to make it more user-friendly as a result of combining some permits and directions of where they go once they get the permit, or once they get denied a permit, which board to go to first and where, and just trying to streamline the process in its entirety. So things want to get built, we get them built and on the tax rolls.
Fines and forfeited bail.
Yeah.
What? How much forfeited bail?
Almost no
Zero.
forfeited bail.
What?
Oh, no forfeited bail,
Ah,
but that's not projected here.
opportunity.
This is the fines.
where's that jail? There was a jail in this building at one time.
It's not your office, man.
I did not set you up for that.
So if you'd like me to explain this increase,
Yeah.
Essentially, there's 4 more hours now of enforcement. Also, we're projecting likely to exceed the number just this year. This number, 325, that's part of these sheets. The March, I was alerted that the March court fines were around just under 32,000, with an additional 80 for April and May likely coming in. So we might hit 430 in this line, potentially more. And also the unpaid metered parking fee, the fine for that is $50, not 30. So that was a 60% jump on that. So all
So how much
in
was-
combination.
Year over year, year to date last year, March.
The March number last year was around just over $10,000.
10,000. This year it's 30.
30, just under 32.
And April projection is you said how
Be
much?
over 40.
And right now we're at what?
We've with the 31 that hasn't been booked yet, we'll be at 356.
No, April. So far this month, what have we collected?
I believe Elizabeth said we were at about 10,000 already in April.
And last year, what did we collect in April?
14.
14.
We might
14.
1,400, right?
14,000
14,000 total for the month.
total for the month.
money, but we have the tickets possibly.
So we're almost, so there is definitely a trend in the courts. And that's attributed to what? Code enforcement? In
Yes.
part?
Yeah.
Code enforcement of what? Dave, you might know the answer to that.
It's the code enforcement. Doing code enforcement was a key priority in doing that, concentrating on, enforcing our parking lots, doing other municipal enforcement, which is a little different than what it was in the past. The tickets have certainly increased as someone who sees them and prosecutes them. They certainly have increased by a ton over the last 2 or 3 years. So I think that, along with, placing fine burdens on people that deserve it, persistent violators, people who flagrantly just think they could park anywhere, they get hit a little harder. And just like I said, general municipal enforcement, your litter, your other things, your building without a permit, operating without their necessary licenses, those types of things which we've been doing a lot more of, that get a lot higher fine. So it's a combo plate.
And just for more context, in Supervisor Cooper's report, jumping ahead of it, but for March, there were 342 parking tickets issued. The year prior, before they were completely ramped up, was 181.
Mm-hmm.
So that more than double, almost, basically double.
They're busy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And parking starts at noon, right? Is it noon or 10?
Noon.
Noon. So, also important context, you said we add 4 hours. We actually increase enforcement time by a third. So
Right.
that's,
Yeah.
it's,
from 8 to
Do we want
midnight.
to talk about parking fees,
Yes.
since we're on this kind of right now?
Yeah.
Kyle, why don't you talk about your,
So we ran a bunch of numbers. I don't know if you want to just talk about every scenario option I asked you. I did pepper you over the last few days with a few. So I think we had 125, increasing it to 125 starting next season, which picks up the tail end of the fiscal year we'll be entering. And then I asked 150 flat all the time, and I think I asked 125 at the tail end of next year, 150 for next season
On the weekends.
on the weekends, and then asked for 150 constant starting in June.
Right. So, the 125 was going to be about an $86,000 increase for the weekends starting in June, right, for parking fees. 150 would bring that number up to about I think it was 170.
187.
Was it 187?
Rounding
I don't
up,
have it
yeah.
in front of me. Excuse me. So 187 just on the weekends. I know at 150 every hour throughout the season from June 1 would bring in 250,000 additional parking revenue. That's a conservative projection based off of a 2.5 hour stay, which is what we did the last year.
And that was what you received in the Budget and Finance Committee recommendation as well.
what'd they say?
They said just bump it up to 150 and call it flat. In particular, because we had gone through with them some of the metrics around, volumes. And the data tells us that regardless of what the price was, the volumes stay the same, right? We can't make more parking spots, and they are filled in the same capacity, to the same capacity level, whether it's $3, $1, $1.50, et cetera. So their recommendation was to bump it up, that it was too much of a reduction that we approved. And if I also noted that to one of the bid meetings that I attended, and spoke to that, and also requested that next year when we're sitting down to do the budget, that they should be part of that conversation as part of the departmental budget, so that we can start and stop, not do it sort of in the middle of a fiscal year, because we're introducing variants that we don't need to.
And this was the rate back in 2024. It was $1.50 an hour every hour for 7 days a week.
12 to 12?
Not 12 to 12, 12 to 8.
12
That's
to
what we
8?
changed it to 12 to 8 from 12 to 11 as well. Yeah. A lot of changes.
And we did talk last night about really being more mindful about how to budget the parking revenue into things that are maybe not covered in general fund, but should be covered by parking, what qualifies to be covered by parking revenue. So it's really infrastructure, parks, improvements, things like that. Because as we noted last night, a lot of the people who are visiting our parks might not be from our village, but they are certainly putting a lot of wear and tear in our parks. So why not reinvest the parking fees into the wear and tear, the worn and torn aspects of our parks?
That also
Infrastructure.
drives economic development and is an economic engine, because
Correct.
a lot of people come from all over to visit Rocket Ship Park.
Yeah.
And I would assume if you're here long enough, eventually you're going to get a cup of coffee. So it's money that's reinvested in the downtowns. Yeah.
Definitely ice cream.
Yes. Yes.
And then what else about parking? I forget what I was going to say. But I think, what are we saying? Start, if we did this, we would start when? immediately?
June,
June
or,
1st.
June 1st, fiscal?
yeah. It would probably be the cleanest, given that it's April now.
Yeah, new
And
budget.
that's consistent with what
Yeah.
we're asking for, right? So if they're participating in the budget cycle, then it would start on June, any changes would start on June 1st.
Oh, I
Anyway.
remember what I was going to say. Sorry. So Stephen did a little research today with Honk Mobile. You want to reveal that information?
Yes, so I spoke with Honk, it was a quick conversation. Can the credit card fee, the nominal credit card fee that's charged per every single transaction, just be passed directly to the person using Honk? Answer is yes, it's just a flip of a switch on Honk's end, and that could be a reduction of at least $50,000 to the expense budget. Working on the.
Great news.
Yeah.
Did we flip the switch? Did
Where
we
it's-
flip the switch?
Once, yes, once everything has been, yes, it will get flipped. It can be flipped. This board would like me to have that conversation. I could do so immediately.
Yeah, let's,
What's the
That's a
number?
Let's do that.
resounding yes?
I don't
Let's
know
do
if
that.
that requires, Dave, does
My
that
phone?
require?
right.
No, okay.
No.
So I will
Flip
have
it.
that, I will have that conversation again.
That should definitely not be passed along to the
Right.
taxpayers.
There are some more complicated aspects to the parking meters themselves, so I have to have additional conversations. That one won't be as easy to untangle as the honk. The honk was assuredly easy.
Mhm.
And looking into country club transactions too.
And then just the final point on my final point on the parking. I know part of the big reason why we changed it was in response to concerns from businesses downtown, and my concern, we should also be concerned what their rents could possibly be if property taxes go up. So this is still a benefit that by other folks paying for parking fees reduces the need to increase property taxes, which will eventually filter back to them, because if
Mhm.
property taxes go up, their rents are going to go up, and they're going to be paying, they'll be paying it instead of their customers. So it's a whole ecosystem.
All right, let's move to mortgage taxes.
Yes. So,
What, is the 256 the final number, or do you think? we'll
no,
be-
there's one more. There's
Okay.
one more coming in. Will likely be in the 340 range this year. And that seems to be the low number. So when the housing market heats up, that number can go through the roof.
Right.
And what was done in previous budgets, even going back to just immediately post-COVID, is budgeting those increases in the next year's budget. And that created a little bit of an imbalance. And when we don't hit that, then we have to cut the revenue down and cut expenses, which I think we've done the last 2 years. We've had to do that, except for this budget. So we want to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position to do that again. You can't predict that housing market, and 300,000 is around the baseline for the normal sales that go on. When it heats up, all it is a benefit to the fund balance and cash reserves for the village.
So it's 6 o'clock. I hate to interrupt this revenue discussion, but if there are no other essential questions, that maybe we can ask it during the budget hearing as well if we want to, but would we mind moving up to and opening the public hearing and the public presentation of the, page 45, of the of the tentative budget for 2027? Is there a motion needed? Do we have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move.
We move up there?
With the computer, okay?
Yes, sir.
Sylvia, did you turn that air conditioner conditioning up?
Yeah.
Down? Is everybody cold?
Freezing.
Freezing down?
It is cold. Thank you.
There's no good place, so we'll start from there.
Well, I figured he's gonna be looking at me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Can Matt see Chris? Can trustee Franco see the screen?
Yeah.
You can see him. He can watch it.
I guess we have to ask him what he wants to do.
Do you want to see the screen, or do you want to watch the live screen? You can see the screen.
It's okay the way it is. I'll watch the live stream.
Okay.
We'll watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, he's gonna watch the live stream.
Just for the record, I'm just really watching out for trustee.
We've noticed.
Do you want to hold on to a microphone in your hand, Stephen, or do you want to talk into one?
I'll hold on. I just need to switch between my screens just because.
Yep, take your time. Just let us know when you're ready. Are we still on? Are we still left and right?
Sorry for the delay.
Okay, Stephen, as you have done in previous years, we're inviting you to make your presentation of the mayor's tentative budget for fiscal year 2027. Again, this is part of the process. The tentative budget gets stamped in the third week of March and by the clerk, and then it opens up the process by which people investigate, debate, look into opportunities for savings, look into opportunities for revenue driving, and we work together, supposed to work together, on pulling this budget together and get everyone involved, including department heads and trustees. And last night, we had a very productive meeting of the Board of Trustees sitting down directly in a work session with department heads. And so what I also want to provide a little context about is where the state stands right now with their annual budget process. Their budget is due to be approved on April 1st every year, which is when their fiscal year begins. Their legislature voted to keep the government open while the budget was still being debated. It has not passed through. I don't think they're debating their budget on Facebook, but that's them. We're different. We're a community. I like to sit down with people and talk to them in person and hear what they have to say. And I really am not a great fan of the histrionics and vitriol of Facebook. No offense to anybody sitting in this room. That's what you do. That's your preference. That's fine. I've said this on an occasion where, you know, I apologize to Bob and Kyle for maybe using not a derogatory remark, but a sarcastic remark, and publicly apologize to them on Facebook because I should hold myself to a higher standard and try to do that without responding and going into dialogues. If I see somebody that posts something on Facebook that I can illuminate with facts and information, I'll reach out to them on a DM. And if they respond, I'll work through something with them. If they don't respond, I'm still happy to work through with whatever question it is or whatever clarification can be provided. But dialogue to me is the most important aspect of this process. We have 3,100 taxpayers in our village, correct? Taxpaying parcels or entities in our village, correct?
That's the total number of parcels, yeah.
Parcels.
2955 are the tax-paying parcels.
Right. And our budget is $13 million.
Correct.
And so that accounts to about $4,100 dollars per parcel on average.
Yeah, I think so.
4,100.
4,300, 41.
And if you look at other budgets in our in our community, and there's a school budget of over $50 million, and there are 900 students, that equates to $55,000 per student. So you look at 4,300 versus 55,000. We're doing okay. Not saying a tax increase is, but just for a little perspective, and different services. But you know, we have services that we provide to an entire village, and the tax rate has been kept very low. In a way that's been maybe not as helpful, or has not like there was a glide path, and I'm sorry, don't know why I'm going on this tirade, but I just want, it's not a tirade, but I just want to put perspective around this budget. It wasn't final when it was published. It was presented as it was final. It's part of the process. But we need to put ourselves into a position of context. And, you know, this was something that the budget has been flat for years and years. And we've been absorbing the cost of a glide path from the highest tax-paying entity in our village, which is the power plant. And it was always cut expenses to accommodate for that glide path revenue loss. So for that, you know, here we are now, and we have these unfunded, you know, these mandatory, non-discretionary increases that we are required to pay contractually and otherwise. And, we have to figure out how to provide services, excellent services, and keep the quality of life in our village at a level that our residents have come to expect. So with that said, I will turn it over to Treasurer Gafka. You're a treasurer, you're not a trustee. Last night I called you a trustee, I'm sorry. But we do trust you. So without further ado, please go ahead and start your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Board, for the opportunity to present this, and thank you to the public that have showed up to be involved. Want to talk about, this is the tentative budget. We have to public notice the tentative budget, and we have to give the presentation on what we've noticed. So we did have a meeting yesterday where there were some topic of discussion on how to cut, and some decisions were made, and we'll get to that towards the end of this presentation. But I'm going to go through what the tentative budget has in it right now. So we're going to start with what were our goals going into when we tried to make this budget, when we started back in the process really started in December. And that was to get realistic expense projections from the department heads based off of their knowledge and what they think that they need to operate at a level to maintain the next point, maintain services at the current level without having to take shortcuts, without having to cut back on any services. And to follow GAAP, which is the generally accepted accounting principles when balancing the budget. That is to not use one-time revenues to balance the budget, to close that budget gap. Artificially increasing anything, using things that you're not gonna get or can't predict that you'll get. That's how you can end up in trouble, and that's also something that the controller wants you to avoid as much as humanly possible as well. Our operational initiatives, we had multiple meetings with department heads. Multiple meetings doesn't cut it. I see the department heads on a daily basis to go over their budgets and send them expense reports, and we're in constant contact. So we reviewed their potential expenses and their needs. After we got the initial requests in, we sat down, we collated everything, we looked at it, and we said, this is too high. We had started at a gap of about 2.6 million from the requests, and we were able to cut back after those secondary meetings, 772,000 from those requests. Met with the Budget and Finance Committee multiple times to review the budget and to review different scenarios that could be provided to the board on how best to process this budget and to get to adoption. And then also the trustees are ever since it's been stamped in, have been reviewing it and asking questions and meeting with department heads, and the special meeting yesterday, and those discussions will continue until we have something to provide for budget adoption at the end of the month. So one of the reasons is, why does the tax rate escalate so quickly? We've talked about this every single year, which is the glide path. It's hard to understand what the glide path does to your individual taxes, but essentially, we're losing 115,000 this year that we can collect from the LIPA property. That money still needs to be collected, except now it's being collected from everybody else. Over 9 years, that number is almost $1 million that has been passed on from LIPA to everybody else. Also, the assessment valuation for that property has been going down. It's gone down 4.8 million in the last 9 years. That creates a situation with compression on the tax rate. So it increases it exponentially. It's not a direct, though we're raising 200,000 in taxes, so that rate is equal. It's not, because we have to lower what we collect from LIPA and increase what we collect from everybody else, which drives that tax rate up even higher than the tax levy increase. Just as an explainer. And with the tentative budget, that glide path represents $322 of your tax bill. That's what's been passed on to the average residential taxpayer. And to qualify, what does that mean, average residential taxpayer? If you have a market value of around $670,000 for your house, that's how much more you've paid because of the glide path. This is another thing just to talk about, why can't we use fund balance as a revenue? Why can't we use that to help offset taxes? the state controller provided a guide to NICOM where they say if you have excessively low fund balance, it's usually, and the village does have a low fund balance, it's caused by poor budget processes, keeping taxes at a low level for a long time, and what the comptroller says is political reasons. So the low fund balance prevents us from being able to use it as some other municipalities with a healthier fund balance to offset tax increases. So we wanted to talk about that. Why can't we use that? Where is the extra money? There isn't any to use to offset the tax increase. We don't have that ability. So what were the challenges to our revenue? So our non-tax revenues, they're going down about $688,000 from our current budget. We're gonna have a decrease of $379 from capital interfund transfers. In this budget year, we used, there were some capital projects that had more revenue, more money left that we didn't spend. That money has to be restricted to offset debt, especially when it's related to borrowings or grant projects. So we had to move that money as a one-time into the current budget year to offset $380,000 of a tax increase. That money is gone. We can't use it again. So that's a big decrease in revenues. We also received this year $120,000 in federal FEMA assistance. $86,000 of that was used for storm drain cleaning to help with the MS4 program. Another $40,000 is reimbursement for expenses from the August rainstorm that we had. There's also going to be a decrease in parkland fees. We received $100,000 in parkland fees this year. You can't predict that number. It has to go through the planning process. We can't budget for that for next year. So of the 1.8 million increase we're looking at, 688 of it is because we're losing revenue. Another big piece of that is non-discretionary expenses, our payroll and our liabilities. So we're looking at $415,000 increase to payroll. That's our base salary, that's overtime, longevity incentive, vacation buyback. The new CSCA contract, which went back and revised salaries, even going back to 2018 to bring people up to what other municipal levels are for their titles, had an effect on this budget. It increased it quite a bit. We had $561,000 increase to liabilities. 40,000 of that is retirement contribution. That comes straight from the state. $496,000 for medical insurance. There's a variety of factors involved with that. And $74,000 for municipal insurance costs. Our discretionary expenses, these are the expenses tied to services, equipment, contracted costs. There's a variety of them. They're listed here. I won't go through every single one of them. But just to highlight, $30,000 for the leaf program, $22,000 for snow removal, $20,000 for tree work. A lot of services that we expect to be done in the village. And if you look at a pie chart, this is kind of how it's represented on the pie chart. The piece that you can control is the gray piece. So there's not a lot of control here. 81% of it is uncontrollable of this $1.2 million increase. I want to talk about staffing levels. I know there's been a lot of discussion about staffing levels here. And if we go back to the last 3 budgets prior to this tentative, we're looking at pretty flat staffing levels. We had 51 full-timers in fiscal '24. We had 50 in this year. We're proposing 50 full-timers in next year's budget. The part-timers have been relatively flat over the same number of years. So as you see, there has been movement between the different departments as things have moved around, but the number of people have not changed. Just to talk about, what have been some of the staffing changes that we talked about? Well, hired a part-time planning aide. We had used available, as a full-timer, we had used available part-time monies in the planning department to create that position. Didn't add anything to the budget. Senior building permits examiner was approved. The new DPW superintendent, a promotion of an assistant labor crew leader to a labor crew leader, and we approved a part-time horticulturalist that began to assist the village with a variety of issues. this pie chart kind of represents where does the money come from. So as you see, 69% of revenue for the village is property taxes. The next biggest one would be parking fees, which is 5% of the total revenues at $660,000. It's a little hard to see, apologize, I'll just read it off. The next one would be justice court fees at $625,000, which we talked about just prior during the working session. As well as all of our concessions and rents, it's $324,000, and our building, planning, and zoning fees at another $475,000. So the biggest piece is property taxes, and then everything else is kind of spread out over a variety of different services and fees that we collect. Where does the money go? So this shows kind of the breakout when you look at a budget based off of what categories does everything fall into. So your general government support is anything that begins with a 1,000 in the budget line. If you look at the tentative budget, anything that starts with a 1,000 is your general government support. That would be board expenses, mayor expenses, clerk, treasurer, central communications, insurance, etc. Transportation is 14% of the budget. That's your highway. So that's 1.8 million. Those are all your highway expenses, snow removal, highway maintenance. Culture, recreation, and parks, 1.6 million. That's the recreation department, village center, and parks. Home and community services, this would be your street cleaning, building and planning department, grant writing. Employee benefits is one of the biggest pieces of pie here at 24% of the budget at 3.1 million. That's your medical, your Social Security, retirement, unemployment, debt service, which is 1.4 million. That's the total debt service. And interfund transfer. These are capital projects approved by the board either recently or previously. That's money that is going to be moved to the capital fund for capital projects. Inclusive of that, 125,000 for parking, 64,000 for the street sweeper, and 30,000 related to a JCAP grant that will be used to revamp the handicap ramp outside Village Hall that needs some work. So this kind of shows the total budget split between discretionary spending and non-discretionary. The blue piece of pie is the discretionary spending. That is what you have some control over. That includes all of your services. And then the orange piece of pie is your non-discretionary. That's your payroll, your liabilities, your debt service, everything that's listed there. So as you see, that's a big piece of the budget, of the total budget. It's hard to control that. A lot of talk about the tax levy versus the tax rate. So the tax levy is the total money that the village collects in the budget through property taxes. The tax increase is how that affects how much you have to pay individually through the base tax rate. So the tentative budget has a 26.64% tax levy increase, meaning the total money the village will collect from last year, the increase. And that has a direct effect on the tax rate that makes it 41.16%. And that's, as we discussed before, the reason they're different is because of the glide path and the decrease in the assessment over the number of years. That is what's increased that tax rate. This is included in the tentative budget, but we made a modification to try and be more represented for people to go, well, how does this affect me? And how does this affect my house and based off of my house value? So we have a little bit of a chart here. The average residential tax value falls around 670, just rounded to 671,000. So that increase would be about $648 on the year. We'll talk about it in the next slide. That's $54 a month to the average residential property owner. As I stated previously, the Budget and Finance Committee spent a lot of time looking over this and debating this. They're comprised of residents. They realize the gravity of what this budget represents to everyday people. Their recommendation is to keep the vacant positions funded and to fill it. that it could affect services, and we've been flat with employees, even in the budget over the last number of years. To keep the maintenance costs budgeted. Deferred maintenance costs could significantly cause increases in pricing down the road. As we see, there's a lot of factors involved that if you don't fix something now, it could cost you a whole lot more money down the road. I think a lot of us know that with our cars. You don't fix that thing that's making noise now, it's gonna cost even more down the line. And then to budget with the future financial health in mind, that we need to build up reserves and we need to build up our fund balance to healthy levels so that we could potentially use that for capital projects to offset not having to borrow money and to potentially offset future tax increases. We just do not have that ability right now. And then the last slide before I get to an addendum is a quick touch on the country club. Country club's self-sustaining. Member fees pay for all of their expenses, member fees on top of their service fees, cart fees, guest fees, et cetera. Their budget's $4.1 million in revenue, $4.1 million in expenses. We're expecting about $2.7 million total in membership fees, dues, and that's your basic rate plus your assessment. So want to talk about briefly the special meeting that was held yesterday and the work that the board, we're here for 4 hours going over every single line item that we could. There were agreed upon expense reductions to the tentative that I just went over of almost $400,000, so $399,245 to reduce expenses. Office supplies going down, equipment, salaries, repair and maintenance items, administrative and contractor expenses. We've also discussed just prior revenue item going up $260,000, including increased parking revenue based off of going to $1.50 an hour instead of the $1 an hour starting June 1, and a $10,000 to offset for some summer concerts from a proposed sponsorship. That could reduce the tax levy by $659,000. That would bring the tax levy decrease down to 17.5%. And these, what was agreed upon, will bring the tax rate increase from 41 down to 27.5%. So that would lower the increase, it would decrease that increase by $214 per year to the average taxpayer from the tentative budget. So you'd go down from 648 down to 434 as an increase. And that's the presentation.
So just to talk about a few of the items that we discussed last night and how to reduce the proposed tentative budget. I think we, like I said earlier, we had a very robust and collegial, collaborative, an excellent discussion overall about where we saw opportunities to reduce the increase. And so, Stephen, do you have a second to go through some of those specifically that we discussed
Yes.
for the edification of the residents, taxpayers?
Yes. Would you like me to pull up the list, Mayor?
Yes, please.
All right. On the screen or just, we'll take the screen down for now.
Well, I think it's a lot of numbers to absorb. If you pull it up on the screen,
All right.
it'll
We'll
be
just
distracting, yeah.
Bear with me while I switch between my laptop and my actual desktop computer.
Do you want my printout?
No, I'm almost there. Promise. All the suspense. All right, so we're going to talk about some of the decreases here. Going to try and go in order of the line items. We talked about decreasing office supplies across from all the departments, reducing the treasurer's office supplies, building and planning, clerks, $1,500 to $2,000 a piece to reduce that. We're going to cut parking credit card fees by $50,000. We got guarantees from Honk that it's an easy change to reduce the burden on the taxpayer and to pass the credit card fee per transaction on to those that are using the platform. So that's a good savings there. We got that confirmation today. The Village Center is gonna be able to still have the guard position, and they're basically replacing a night manager with it. No net effect to the budget, which will reduce the code budget by $25,000, their part-time line. So $25,000 in savings there. There was talk, we're not gonna be doing the assistant DPW superintendent, but instead filling it with the current vacant labor position. That's a savings of $41,000. In this budget year, it's gonna be deferred for a potential future hiring down the line. We're gonna reduce tree work by $10,000. So going from, instead of an increase of 20, just an increase of 10. So the public's aware, we have spent $46,000 on tree work this year, just through the beginning of April. So that's why we set the target at 50, but our DPW superintendent assured us he will work within means to stay at 40. We talked about reducing the hours on Mondays and Tuesdays at the Village Center, basically closing at night, which could save $9,200 on the expense budget. We're going to reduce the net concert costs are going to go down by $26,000 because the North Ferry Company is going to pick up $16,000 of the ferry.
North Ferry's in Greenport, Stephen.
Excuse me. The Crosstown.
It's not cross then.
I'm gonna get the name wrong. The ferry company.
Bridgeport, Port Jefferson, Steamboat
Right.
Company.
I apologize.
That's okay.
It's too many ferries. We're gonna reduce the net cost. It's gonna be $26,000. We're gonna have a $10,000 sponsorship. That's an increase of revenue. They're gonna pick up $16,000 of the cost. The village is only gonna have to pay $5,000. So we got that confirmation. Our attorney expenses are gonna go down $25,000 in total. 20 for the village attorney line, 5,000 for the, excuse me, 35,000. 10,000 for the labor attorney, 5,000 for the ethics attorney.
And we're able to do that, project that for the labor council, because we're concluding the second of two union contract negotiations, collective bargaining agreements. So we won't see that type of expense for another 3 or 4 years. So that's good.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor. Code enforcement equipment, we have budgeted $21,000 to replace the ticket scanners that they need to write the actual parking tickets. There's 4 scanners that are going to be out of date by June. They need to get new equipment. We discussed, we have parking capital funds. We're going to use parking capital funds to purchase capital equipment and reduce the budget $21,000. In the same vein, we talked about potentially using parking funds for replacement of safety lighting, including Dickens poles to the terms of $16,000. Taking that out of the budget, $16,000 decrease.
Something I don't mean to interrupt you, but just to add a point of that, to that is that we're going to take some time to really dig down into the non-tax revenue accounts, funds that we can kind of like really proactively determine how best to utilize that money so that it goes back into the services that it is received through. So parking. and looking at how we can reinvest in our parks and our parks facilities, which include parking lots and the facilities that are in and around the parking lot, to reinvest that fund into that aspect of our municipal infrastructure.
Thank you, Mayor. There was an additional discussion on Village Center repairs and maintenance. This budget had $25,000 in it to do some capital repairs to the Village Center. There needs to be repairs to windows, doors, carpeting, ACs. We're about to spend potentially $10,000 on an air pump repair for the Village Center. But what we're going to do and what the board has requested, we're going to reduce that line by $25,000, and we're going to look at holistically the entire Village Center for a potential capital plan and capital budget to put together costs from all the department heads. So it's going to come out of the tentative budget. That's a $25,000 decrease, as well as some equipment for the Village Center. We're going to only purchase some of it and not all of it. That's going to reduce the budget another $4,700. So another major one, and I don't know if the mayor wants to step in or and talk about this. The board and the mayor talked about reducing their own salaries. They wanted to make it known to the public that they were serious about your concerns, and they wanted to offer up potentially taking no salaries.
So it started with Trustee Giuliano and Trustee Hill saying that they would take a 25% cut in their salary, and I went one degree further by saying that I would take a complete cut of my salary if we could hire a village administrator, because the 65 hours a week that I'm spending doing the work of a village administrator in conjunction with the village clerk and the village attorney, hours going up, hours not funded, but heartfelt. I just think it's a misuse of time and energy where a village administrator actually is trained to do this kind of thing and would ultimately end up resolving some of the village attorney hours that are spent, and maybe even some of the other overtime hours that are spent by our other employees, and managing our engineering firms, managing our major projects that we have going on, working with our department heads and our staff to streamline and make their work product more effective and efficient. It's not sustainable for a mayor to be doing this job, but this job is needed. And I look to Trustee Giuliano, and I didn't ask you this prior, so I'm sorry to put this on you, but you were the village administrator for a number of years, in addition to being the village clerk. And we don't have a village administrator right now. So I'm happy to take a complete cut in salary and benefits, which I don't take health care anyway, but I do receive a $2,500 waiver for buyback for not taking the health care package from the village, and I'll rescind all of it. I don't care. I don't need this. I don't want this money to do a job that I shouldn't be doing, and I would like to see it go towards a village administrator's salary. And I think, we talked about this yesterday, and there were several references by Trustee Giuliano about tightening our belts, and we need to recoup that 41%, which we're doing a lot to do. But I also turned to my fellow trustees and said, would you be interested in taking a complete cut to your salaries too? Because $900,000, nearly $1 million of this increase is non-discretionary. It's not our choice. We have to pay it. And we're paying, finally, our employees at a rate that is on par with their with others in similar positions around the community, in municipal positions. And so that's my pledge to this community. I don't know if it means anything, but I think the trustees also agreed to unfund their salaries for the 2027 fiscal year.
I think we all agreed to that.
So in total, it was just on $399,000 yesterday, that working session, to come down and drop expenses by that number. And with the proposed parking change, that'll bring in another 250, can really lower that tax levy increase from what was 1.89 million down to 1.24 million. Still a big number, but it's not as big. So that, I don't think I missed anything.
Stephen, what does that reduce the average taxpayer's burden
So you
from
would,
to?
so the tentative budget proposes a $648 increase. That would lower it by $214 to $434.
And just as a
Yeah.
procedural question or clarification, we can still make further changes up until May 1st, correct?
I would argue that that's why we're here tonight, right? We want to hear from the public, we want
Right.
ideas, and we're going to keep working on this.
Exactly.
Well, and the next board meeting, that is the scheduled vote of the adoption of the
Right.
budget, is April 29th. So it's due May 1st into the state, correct?
Yeah, it has to be passed by May 1st.
One other thing we're looking at, just as one other note, and not everyone was here for the revenue discussion that we had during our work session, is that we are always looking for added resources to increase revenue. And some of those have to do with the Village Center. We're floating ideas, premature to talk about them, but we'll sort of shore them up over the next week or two to propose. And it's hard to project what kind of income revenue we would be able to bring in as a result of some of these things. But Trustee Franco and I just agreed tonight to ask the department head in the Village Center and Recreation to come up with a business plan for why it's important for the hiring of, to fill a position that's that has not been filled for over a year, recreation specialist. It's a union line, and to make the case for that position and how that position will help drive revenue in the Village Center. And I've committed to help our village recreation, Village Center department head in creating that plan, that business plan, to justify that position and how it would pay for itself and perhaps beyond. That's my commitment to that.
Mayor, a point of procedure on reference to the work up to the final vote. Any changes after the public hearing that takes place, there needs to be a resolution adopting those changes prior to the final vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, including what was discussed yesterday. I think Trustee Franco had it.
If we don't fill the open positions, the administrator and the 3 other positions, how would that affect the tax rate for the residents? If we eliminated those 4 positions out of the budget, how would that affect it? So I think it's like $690,000 the last time we spoke.
I'll pull up the exact number, Trustee Franco. I believe it's 625.
And what are those positions?
626,000. If all those vacant positions were taken out, it would reduce, the tax rate increase would go down to 28.23%, just as that sole number.
From
those-
what to what?
From 41.14 to 28.23.
Well, what about
What
the
What about
the
the
cuts
addition?
that
the
you
addition-
made that brought it to the next level? What would it go to if from there to there? Does that make sense?
If we added them together,
Mhm.
I can get that for you in a
Okay.
minute. I don't have that readily available.
Of course. And what
And
positions
that's
are
the,
those?
and that's the question I'm trying to get answered, Stephen.
That's the parks.
If the deductions that we accepted yesterday, if we then add on this other 626,000, where are we?
Well, so the first, what we discussed with the parking and the 399 that's already been discussed, that brings it down roughly 14%. So this would be another 13% would bring the total tax, everything in combination would bring it down to about 15% tax rate increase.
And what are the open positions that Trustee Franco is referring to?
So after,
Let's ask him. What positions are those, Trustee Franco?
I'll let Stephen answer the question.
No.
Go ahead, Stephen. What are the positions that are available? And while we're talking about it, I would love to hear the audience and the community know how much money, not only in salary and benefits, we would be adding to a budget. So Stephen, can you let everyone know that?
so these four positions are already vacant, and they exist in this year's budget already. They're not brand new positions. One of which, after the discussion yesterday, would be a laborer for Parks. Parks has been down a laborer this entire year. That's driven up overtime costs because they haven't had it due to various circumstances. So one's a laborer for Parks. One is assistant recreation manager, which has been an open position for this entire budget as well. Unfortunately, we haven't found anybody to fill it. That existed in every budget prior as well. There is a village administrator position. While it's a new title, it was a reallocation of the principal planner salary, which many of you may remember Andy Freeling at $150,000 was going to be transferred over to use for a village administrator. And the department head for building and planning was going to use the vacant building inspector position that's already in the budget to create the department head for building and planning.
So we could eliminate those positions, Stephen, and take this rate even lower, back down to near 15%, which I think is important to the community. As valuable as those positions might be, it's hard to tell the community, we're having a decrease in revenue and we're going to hire more. That's a tough sell that I'm not on board with. And I think most of the community that I've spoken to are not on board with it either. And as these positions are valuable, I understand the mayor is exhausting time doing her job as, in conjunction with some administrative responsibilities. But again, we need to tighten our belt. Hiring more people when we're having a reduction in revenue and increasing salaries that's just malpractice.
So do any other trustees have any comments or feedback before we open up for public comment?
Yeah, I would like to say a couple of things. So you guys are probably tired of me talking about budgets for the last 2 years, right? But I do want to point out where we are versus where we were. This is the first budget process that we adopted this year that directly involved the department heads all the way through. It's also the first time that this process was done in front of the public, which, trust me, was very painful, but completely transparent. It's also the first time the trustees participated in this budget process directly to the extent that they have and continue to. It's the first time that we are set up to do a long-range financial plan, meaning by the time we get to next year, we're going to have a 3-year outlook. We're going to understand well in advance where we are, which we are finally in a position to do. It is the first time that we have an end-to-end understanding of our financial position, our financial health, and we can be proactive in addressing what we know. For example, next year, LIPA goes down yet again, and the following year, yet again. and planning for those things. So we are not in a position to have these lengthy work sessions where we're, trying to cut every single line item, which was a painful process if you watched it for 4 hours yesterday, but necessary. This will put the village in the best possible position to go forward. Is it painful for everyone? Yes, I'm a resident too. I know what we're doing, what we're up against. But we are finally correcting many years of sort of shell game financials that doesn't exist anymore. We are audited. We have remedied every deficiency that all the audits surfaced up to us. We have corrected the record keeping so that the books are clean. They are clear. They are easily interpreted. The beans are in the right buckets. Now, did we use up all the change we found in the couch cushions last year into this budget, our current fiscal year? Yeah. And that is why we are now in a position where we have to prepare for the future. But we also know where we are. And first of all, I would like to thank my colleagues. I would thank the Budget and Finance Committee. One of the members is here tonight, Renee Tidwell. And this is the way the budget should go every year. Next year, I'm hoping it's not going to be this painful because we will anticipate, plan, forecast, and address these things before we get to the tentative budget. So, to my colleagues, thank you. To the public, I appreciate your patience throughout this process. I welcome every idea you bring. We will guarantee you, we will talk about it and consider everything. So.
I also want to clarify, the village residents receive 2 tax bills every year. One is through the town of Brookhaven, and it includes Suffolk County taxes. It includes district taxes that are not taxed through the Port Jefferson Village Treasurer's Office or Tax Collector's Office. And those numbers are completely different and distinct from what you see on your Port Jefferson tax bill. What you see on your Port Jefferson tax bill are Port Jefferson only taxes. That bill comes in June, correct, Treasurer? That bill is received in June and is requested to be paid by the end of July. Your taxes for the town and the county, including sewage treatment, are received in twice. You're responsible to pay that either once or twice a year in May and in December. So if you look closely at those lines on your tax bill for the county, you'll see library, school, fire district, EMS, now sewage treatment. So I'm getting emails about this and having questions come to me about why is the county sewage treatment program taxing us or charging us more money, or so I've written to the county to kind of explain that to our residents because it is confusing, and plus I feel like that plant is in our village, so there should be some offset to that charge because we don't collect taxes from the county. We don't get any pilot payment in lieu of taxes for that plant being in our village, but it's sitting on land that's in the village. So I have reached out to the county executive to inquire about that. But let's not confuse, please. The tax bill you receive in December, and then again in May if you don't pay it all at once, or that it's due in those months, is completely different. So when you see an increase on that tax bill, it's not corresponded to your village taxes. And I know there's some confusion there, but I also know there's some understanding there, but I just wanted to make that distinction for folks. Any other trustees want to say something?
Yeah, I do just have to correct one thing. The trustees were not involved in the proposed budget. We the only thing we were involved was a heads up before it was submitted. I offered to make amendments to it, and that offer was denied. What the trustees were involved with was the work yesterday that cut an additional almost $400,000 from the budget. That's all work that was done after the administration and after the Budget and Finance Committee had already done their work. So I agree. We still need. I still think we need to go a little bit further. Those open positions, I think we need to possibly not fund any of them or pick. We certainly can't do them all. This budget is about hard choices, and we have more to go.
So if you tuned in last night, I started the conversation with the department head saying that, there's no way in God's green earth that I would approve a 41% tax rate increase. We've cut that down. It's still a little high. There's still room to be cut. But I'm anxious to hear from the public to see what they think, if there's maybe ideas out there that we haven't thought of. So I'd love to hear from you. Let us know what you think. And also, if you have any suggestions, please come forward and let us know about those good suggestions as well.
Please feel free to come up to the microphone if you'd like to.
Thanks. Mike Weaver, 116 Wilson Drive. I have a couple of questions first, and then I have a comment. Maybe Stephen can help with these. $970,000 of the original $2.6 million increase from budget to budget before the first cut was non-discretionary, right? In your presentation, $970,000 is non-discretionary.
Of the 1.89.
That we got to, but you had said the original came in at 2.86, and then they made a first cut, and then this budget had 1.7, 1.8, correct? Ballpark?
1.8 is the increase.
So 970 was totally outside of our control. Not non-discretionary.
Non-discretionary, as in it exists, it has to be paid.
So my question is, we knew about that. So no matter what, there was no way the budget was going to stay under 2%, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my second question is, knowing that, why did this not come to the public earlier? This whole thing, I'm a teacher. This whole thing feels like the group project that I gave my class and said you have a week to do, and now it's 10 minutes left in class on Friday, and everyone's scrambling to try to get the work done. Cramming 5 hours worth of a work session into the last 28 hours and you guys, I listened to all 4 hours yesterday and today. You're looking for the public suggestions. You're looking for the public to give you these things. The time for that was months ago. Not 2 weeks before you're going to have to come up with a budget that's then going to get approved, which, by the way, unlike other municipalities, your budget doesn't go to public vote. Your budget is voted on by 5 people in the village, total, the 5 of you. So what I don't understand is, why wasn't this brought up earlier? Hey, I get it. No matter what, you're not going to get lower than 13% because that's the non-discretionary number. But the public needed to know that. The public needed to know a long time ago that that was the case so the public could, as Trustee Giuliano said, bring up ideas. So the public could wrap their heads around this and not have to scramble to try to make a 2 p.m. work session on a Tuesday or to try to understand this all in one giant thing. And I hope in what Trustee Ugrinsky said that next year it'll be a very different process. I hope so, because there needs to be more communication with the public, especially if you're going to go over the cap. In a budget we don't get to vote for. So I guess my question to you is, will you commit tonight that next year's process will be much more in front of the public before the end? And can we all at least admit that there's no way this is getting below 13%? Thank you.
James Luciano, 134 Main Street. I own a PJ Lobster House up the street. Whereas I'm not a direct taxpayer, I do pay substantial taxes in my rent. I had the thanks. I had the luxury of going home last night after work and watching the entire special work session regarding the budget. It was embarrassing to say the least. How dare this board sit there and nickel and dime these department heads over office supplies? This board is entrusted to manage a $7 million plus tax revenue budget, and the audacity to ask the staff to cut their office supply budget in half. This isn't a game. These people work hard for our village, and they need the proper materials to get the work done. Do you have any idea how ridiculous it sounds to ask every department head to cut? To cut their minimal office supply budgets in half? We're not talking tens of thousands of dollars here. We're talking on average $1,500 over a 12-month period. These department heads sat there in disbelief and just agreed because they want to keep their jobs. Does this board know how much a case of paper costs these days? What you ask them to do is what you ask them to trim is ridiculous when already working on a tight budget. Code worked under budget, and their reward is to use their money they saved to get a vehicle they should have already been budgeted for that needs to be replaced. And then the next year they're going to get nothing. You really think the Justice Department has to beg for a printer to get their jobs done? You want departments to cut their office supply budgets, but you will waste thousands on reprinting parking signs because you just don't listen to the people that tell you what to do. As the previous parking committee chair, I told you how important it was to not list pricing on the signs so that they could be changed, and you insist on ignoring the recommendations because it's not your money and you simply don't care. Why are your answers to every line item to defer the expenses to next year? These practices are what got us here in the first place. You ran and were elected to public office and were trusted to manage the finances and operations in the village efficiently. Why do you all sit there and act like you don't know what's going on? How did we get here? And just point fingers. Our biggest problem financially is salaries and benefits. There needs to be solutions on bringing payroll down and hiring new staff with smaller benefit packages. To hire an employee at $60,000 a year and give them a $50,000 benefit package is not only irresponsible, but that is insane. This is where job descriptions and titles need to be evaluated and corrected. Why were department heads stripped of their duties, but their salaries still remain the same? History is repeating itself before our very eyes. Deferring necessities in the village, maintenance and operations is going to put us further down the hole we are in. This village has operated on eggshells when it comes to raising taxes to our residents and has done everything possible to avoid doing so over the years. The administrations in the past creatively decided to use managed parking funds to balance budget gaps. It was decided that gaps can be filled with parking revenue, other line items can be deferred, and we won't have to raise taxes. Continuing that practice and exhausting the parking fund is why we have the conversation we are having today. Which brings to my conclusion, the managed parking. I cannot believe this board is going to change the rate to increase revenue less than a week into the new rates. Managed parking is not a revenue source to balance your budget. Managed parking was created to assist in turnover in the business district and create a capital fund for parking lot maintenance. Why after so many years is this account empty? You expect to charge our visitors to park in our village to pay for your amenities? When was the last time a parking lot was resurfaced? Since the Barnum lot was built, which was mainly a grant, how much capital investment went back into our parking lots? The Salt Meadow lot and the Mariners lot are in shambles. The curbs are destroyed, the striping is faded, and our sidewalks are disgusting. Every time there's an expense, the board's answer is, well, can it come from parking? No. No, it can't, because that money should be reinvested into our infrastructure. Managed parking wasn't designed to cover the code budget, the justice system, and whatever line items you decide it should be covering. The truth is that all these programs were put in place and paid for before managed parking. Managed parking funds have been misused for many years, and a promise made by this administration was to separate that back to the way it was and put the money back into our lots. Blaming the previous administration doesn't cut it anymore, as you had the opportunity to correct that year one. This board shouldn't get to raise the parking rates to gain revenue whenever they see fit. You cannot be trusted with that money to spend it in the intentions that it was created for. How many deferment cycles should our parking lots suffer through? We can all see from revenue collected that they should be in pristine condition. Parking should be operated as a separate entity just like the country club is. The trustees of this village should stop pointing fingers and playing guessing games. You were elected to run our village, roll up your sleeves, request documents before meetings, research topics before work sessions, and bring the quality back to the village government.
Hi, Randy DeWitt. I live at 110 Rustic Road. So I watched the emergency, as I call it, work session yesterday, where the proposed budget was reviewed. And to be honest, I was shocked to hear that that has never happened before, where the board and the department heads work together. It seems like yesterday's meeting only happened because some of the other trustees were shocked to hear the proposed budget that was submitted. To me, it seems like the budgeting process should have started in January, and then as a complete board, you could have had more thoughtful conversations spread out across several meetings instead of trying to jam everything into one meeting yesterday. Instead of having that one meeting yesterday that took, 4 hours, you could have had 3 months to do that work. And it just seems like you would have accomplished so much more. It seems now that this budget is kind of being worked on in reverse. What's also concerning is that you should have known, it seems pretty clear now, that you should have known that in January, your non-discretionary funds were going to force the village budget to exceed the tax cap. I know trustees Hill and Franco were very vocal at the last board meeting and asked the treasurer when he knew that about the non-discretionary funds, and I believe he said he knew in January, February, which I'm going to assume meant January. And I'm assuming, again, making a lot of assumptions, but I'm assuming if he knew that Trustee Ugrinsky knew, since she's the finance commissioner. So my question is, why in February, when you as a board voted to pierce the 2% tax cap, did you, Trustee Ugrinsky, make a comment that this is just a precaution and that you were working to sharpen the pencil and that you were still working to keep the budget under the tax cap? I feel like as the Commissioner of Finance, you knew at that point that staying under the tax cap was an impossibility given the contractual increases that would have were necessary to be absorbed into this year's or next year's budget. So again, I think I'm kind of tacking on to what Mr. Weaver said, that I feel like moving forward, you definitely need to develop a budgetary timeline that the entire board has the opportunity to participate in, instead of, from what I see, it seems like one trustee doing the work, maybe keeping some information away from some of the other trustees. And obviously, we need to work on proposing a budget that clearly this community, and it seems like most of the trustees are not really in support of. That's all I have to say.
Hi, Dan Holder, Grant Street. I want to thank the mayor and the trustees for your sacrifice that you're about to make. It's very noble that you're not going to take a salary. I'm not happy with the tax rate. The 2%, the Napoli has it as 2%, and I know it's your discretionary to make it whatever you want. I just not happy with it. I know a lot of the neighbors are not happy with it. We just got hit with the sewage, which is not your fault. The county reduced our tax rate $200 for the sewers, but yet the rate is going to $600 and something. So we're all getting screwed out of $400 and something at least. So on top of that and this, it's way over $1,000. I have a thought, and maybe you could look into it. I know, like what Giorgio's did on their golf course out east, they built condos all along their golf course, and that increases their tax revenue out there. I don't know if anybody's ever proposed doing something to that extent to raise our tax revenue for the village. Might be interesting to look into.
So the condos around,
At Giorgio's,
so that golf course is called Baiting Hollow?
Baiting Hollow, yes.
Yeah.
And as you go there, they built condos over the years on all along the greens, the sides. All that brings in revenue to the catering hall there, and plus tax revenue.
I think they have a lot more land out there
Yeah.
than we have up by our
Yeah, no,
golf
I don't
course.
know what the difference is.
But keep, you
But
know,
they're both 18-hole
Hmm?
golf courses. Yeah.
yeah, and it's actually parkland. It's dedicated parkland, so we can't build on
Oh,
it.
and ours is
Mhm.
dedicated?
Yeah.
Okay.
But anything else? Any other ideas?
No, not at the moment. I thought maybe that would be a good idea, but, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
It was a great thought. Thank you.
David Berngartner, 11 Roki Trail. I know I'm not going to be a popular person for this comment, but if we could save money on the LEAF program, I'm completely against the LEAF program personally. Okay, it blocks up all of our streets, and I can't believe that for trucking and disposal of our leaves, we only pay $30,000. Is that correct?
No, that's the increase.
Oh, that's the increase.
We averaged 160 the last 2 years.
Okay, so I understand that everybody here loves the LEAF program, but I am against it personally. My second thing is, for the complete transparency that our deputy mayor said that everybody here worked together with, that wasn't true. I thank the others for joining the group at a later date. But it believes if you guys are all joining or all voting for this budget, you should all take part in it equally from the beginning. But that didn't happen. So that's shameful. But thank you for your time.
I also want to add that, you know, we spoke about the LEAF program yesterday, and without saying it's a great program or it's not a great program, we did have a pretty good conversation about some of the dangers that it causes on the roadway, including for first responder vehicles to try and have to traverse the leaf piles that are lingering in the roadways, and also the length of time that it takes to address all the leaves that fall from east to west. And that's there's three regions that DPW addresses in that order, east to west, because leaves fall first in the east and then later on in the west. But the DPW superintendent proposed a time limit to the collection program, which could help curtail some of the cost. And just to correct one of the misnomers, and I know the trustees understand that now, but just for the village to understand that the leaf collection is not accumulated in terms of, or the rates aren't accumulated, the costs aren't accumulated in terms of weight. It they're accumulated in terms of yardage. So we're charged by the yard. And if it snows, I mean, we've talked about this. If it snows, it delays the pickup, and they have to change the equipment on their fleet from leaf to snow, and then back from snow to not snow. And that takes time and effort, and it delays the program. It's $160,000 budgeted dollars that can come off the top, but it has to be something that the residents are vocal about. So we need to hear, and I appreciate your coming up and saying something. I'm not sure it's as unpopular as you think, because your comments are as unpopular as you perceive, because we hear constantly complaints about the LEAF program, especially around the Poet Streets and the President Streets and the narrower streets. So, I would say put your comments into the clerk's office to say how you feel about that LEAF program, and is it worth the $160,000 that's budgeted to get it done over a period of 6 to 8 to sometimes 10 and 12 weeks? That's my question to the village. It's not my determination, popular, unpopular. I'm agnostic. I just want to hear what the residents think.
In terms of the leaf pickup program, I'm Joanne Yasso, and I do live in the Poet Streets on Lowell Place, 101 Lowell. I have 10 mature oak trees on my property, tons of leaves. It's like a weeks-long project, picking up those leaves, putting them out to the street. But as somebody who has done this for 30 years, I'm going to say maybe we defer the leaf pickup program for this year and see how it goes. Right? We don't have to get rid of it forever. See how it goes. In fact, if you're into like native gardening and such, there's a lot of noise about leaving the leaves. You leave the leaves in your gardens, not on your lawn, in your garden beds, and it helps pollinators during the winter. It helps them nest in those leaves, and then you pick them up in the spring. So maybe people would begin adopting practices like that if we give it a trial year, see how it goes.
I don't have any new ideas, but I wanted to ask you, that $518 million lawsuit that's coming up that we lost, the school district, how are we paying for that?
Oh, see that, so I have some information that I can share with you, but I don't speak on behalf of the school district. We are a completely separate taxing district than the school district. But what I understand is the school district is required not to go over the tax cap to pay for that. Like, they cannot go over the tax cap and bond out something that, and there's 1, 2, 3 people who serve on that school board right now. Maybe one of you can get up here but I think it's being paid for in a responsible way that isn't going to raise your taxes.
Yeah, no, definitely wasn't 518 million. Oh my God, no. Basically, the school district pays for the bond. It's just like as if you took a loan to pay for a car. You pay it out of your own expenses. Nothing about the CVA cases have any impact on the taxpayer above the tax cap, at all.
And can I ask you another question, Mr. Weaver?
Sure.
Is the district still trying to figure out a resource other than that
Absolutely.
borrowing?
There's still advocacy going on with Assemblywoman Cassay and others helping out with advocacy for the Liquidation Bureau, for other legislative options through New York State. However, unfortunately, since New York still doesn't have their budget together, I don't see it happening anytime soon. But
You
it's
should
possible.
tell them to
I'll get
get
right
on
on it.
Facebook
Yeah.
and tell them to get that
And by the
budget
way,
done.
with the LEAF program, I'll add one more thing. It's not a matter of convenience, it's safety. You spend the entire month of November and December trying to weave through giant berms of leaves everywhere, okay? But yesterday's work session, the idea of shrinking the window sounds really good because then it's out and it's done. And if you don't have it done by then, buy a bag.
Hi, Tracy Donnelly, 2 Stern Drive. First of all, I want to thank Trustees Hill, Franco, and Giuliano for raising the alarm and bringing this to everybody's attention. I know Deputy Mayor Ugrinsky brought up at the last meeting that she was very disturbed that this got brought to Facebook, although you even just mentioned it is a good way to bring public attention to things. So I'm glad that that happened because I think that's how we knew what was really going on. I'm less concerned with the size of the budget and more concerned with the process of how we got here. So on February 25th, the board was scheduled to vote on the tax cap. Before the vote, Deputy Mayor Ugrinsky withheld critical financial information from this board before the 2% tax vote. Information that she knew or absolutely should have known showed that 2% tax cap was absolutely going to exceed. Yet, she presented the vote as routine, precautionary, and stated she was actively working to stay within the 2% cap. Those statements were not just inaccurate, they were materially misleading. Because the reality was this: if the board had been given the full picture, that vote and the votes that followed would have been viewed very differently. Instead, the board was led to believe there was no immediate risk and voted accordingly. That is not a process failure. That is a failure of leadership and a failure of integrity. What the tax cap vote really was, each year, the Board of Trustees votes on whether they will allow the possibility of piercing the new New York State 2% tax cap. Historically, that cap has not been pierced during the last few years, and when it was prior, it was only marginally. So on February 25th, Deputy Mayor and Commissioner of Finance Ugrinsky introduced the tax cap vote and framed it as something we pass every year as a precaution, and said she was working to stay within the 2% tax cap. To any reasonable listener, that implies no reason to believe this was anything more than precautionary and no indication that the 2% had already been breached or was certain to be breached. So, with that framing and with the recent history, no red flags were raised for most of the board. Most of the board, with the exception of Trustee Hill, voted to allow the possibility of piercing the cap based on what they were told was a routine precaution. The vote opened the door for any tax increase or budget proposal that might come later. So before the 25th vote, Trustee Hill specifically asked, well, do we anticipate piercing the tax cap? He did not get a clear or direct answer. He was met with avoidant responses at a moment when a direct answer was absolutely essential. That's important because it shows this was not a misunderstanding. The right questions were asked, but the answers were withheld. So in the next few weeks, the board approved a reduction in metered parking fees, reducing village revenue by approximately $200,000, with no warning that we were already on track to pierce this tax cap. With just 2 weeks later, a proposed budget comes forward with 26.6% tax increase, brought by Deputy Mayor Ugrinsky and Mayor Shepro. So let's let this sink in for a minute. We went from this is routine and we are working to stay under 2% to a 26.6% proposed increase in less than a month. That doesn't happen without prior knowledge. No wonder Trustees Hill, Franco, and Giuliano were shocked and immediately went to the public to raise the alarm. They were acting in true transparency. By the time the March 25th Board of Trustees meeting, Trustee Hill, Franco, and Giuliano had done their homework. They had conversations that led them to believe that Deputy Mayor and Commissioner of Finance Ugrinsky did know about the tax cap being pierced before the February 25th vote. During that meeting, after persistent questioning and repeated attempts at deflection by the Deputy Mayor, the truth finally came out on the record. Trustee Franco simply asked, Stephen, did you know that we were going to go over 164,000, which was approximately the 2%, when we voted on the February 25th? Mayor Shepro followed with a simple clarification. It's yes or no, Stephen. Yes, he answered. The one word confirmed three critical facts. The treasurer knew the cap would be exceeded. Mayor Ugrinsky also knew before the February 25th vote, yet the vote was still presented to the board as precautionary and routine. It's not ambiguity, it's not miscommunication, it's deliberate omission. And when elected officials rely on that information to cast their votes on behalf of their constituents, that omission becomes deception. Even Mayor Shepro confirmed on the record that she did not have the information at the time of the tax cap vote. She said to Trustee Hill, it's a good point, Trustee Hill. To be honest with you, I didn't. I was not putting the dots together. She went on to say anybody sitting at the table might have been able to, and the treasurer might have been able to mention it to us. Those of us with more experience in this process might have chimed in. And later, speaking about this very question Trustee Hill had raised before the February 25th vote, she acknowledged, I don't think I had the numbers at that time. I couldn't answer it. So we have in plain language, a treasurer who knew the cap would be exceeded, a deputy mayor who knew as well, and a mayor who said she did not have the critical information she needed, while other trustees were actively asking if the cap would be pierced and not getting direct answers. That's not a small oversight. That is a breakdown at the highest level of financial leadership at this village. This omission didn't just affect a single procedural vote. It misled the public, the mayor, and the fellow trustees who cast votes on behalf of their constituents. Deputy Mayor Ugrinsky primarily is responsible for our finances and the budget, and she failed to disclose critical information in doing so. She misled this board at a pivotal moment. This is not transparency, it's the opposite. So what we are seeing now is not proactive leadership, it's reactionary. It's a reaction to an internal pushback, a reaction to public scrutiny, and a reaction to being exposed. Efforts to unite the board and fix the budget are now being framed as leadership, but let's be clear. You can't create a problem through omission and then claim credit for responding to it. We have also seen this narrative that yesterday's midday budget meeting was something no other administration has done before, as if it were proactive, pre-planned, and an act of transparency. In reality, that meeting was put on the agenda only after overwhelming negative feedback from the majority of board trustees and an overwhelming public outcry from the community. This is not strategic planning, this is damage control. So this is not about trust. I mean, this is not about left or right, it is actually about trust. Because when financial decisions of this magnitude are made without full and honest disclosure, it is not just the board that is misled. It is every single person in this community. What I'm calling for is accountability, clear, direct, and public. A public apology from Zena Ugrinsky to the members of this board, a public apology to the residents of this village of Port Jefferson, and a public apology from Zena Ugrinsky to Treasurer Gafka. Because when the truth was finally put on the table, the treasurer answered honestly. The deputy mayor did not. She remained silent, failing to take ownership and failing to stand beside the individuals whose report to her financial leadership. This silence speaks volumes. And at this point, we have seen everything we need to see regarding integrity, accountability, and a commitment to transparency. And to the residents of this village deserve better. So this isn't a random mistake. It was a decision the deputy mayor made to frame a critical vote as precautionary while already knowing the tax cap would be exceeded, to withhold that information from fellow trustees and from the mayor, and then to attack those who told the public the truth. You didn't just fail the board, you failed the people who trusted you to tell the truth. Transparency is not a campaign slogan, it's a responsibility, and that responsibility was broken. When the truth finally came out, you stayed silent. And the silence told the entire community everything we need to know. In June, this community will decide whether this is a standard we are willing to accept. Thank you.
Kathleen Mott, Prospect Street. I want to commend everybody for eliminating your salaries. We really do appreciate that. It's a step. I just want to also agree with trustees.
That is if, conditional. If we hire a village administrator.
I got that in.
Okay.
So,
Well,
but
mine wasn't conditional.
Mine either.
Thank you. So, I agree with Hill and trustees Hill and Franco regarding you don't hire somebody if you don't have the money, even like a regular business and everything. And if we do need an administration to help the mayor, I do believe that maybe they should be part-time. If you keep them down to 34 hours a week, you shouldn't have to supply them with insurance. Now, you mentioned union. I don't know whether people, if they're union, if it makes a difference, I don't know, but that's a thought. A lot of companies are only having people work, part-time hours so they don't have to pay the insurance. And I also heard that the village attorney who only works 19 hours a week gets health insurance and benefits, so I don't understand, is he a full-time employee in the village? No.
No.
Okay, that's why I said I heard.
Not a full-time employee.
Just heard of it. And regarding the LEAF program, yes, it was great maybe when we were little and growing up here. Now the leaves don't come down until like November or December. And the fact is that if we get the heavy rains and everything, where are the leaves going to go? They're going to go into drains, which now is going to cause another problem. And then if it starts to snow, everybody has their leaves out on the street, and now the plows come, and now they've just, messed up everything that everybody has done and worked so hard with all of your friggin' leaves and stuff like that. So I really do think it's something to think about. And as someone said, shorten the week, but I can't imagine when the leaves really come down. I remember as a kid, Halloween, we'd be rustling through everybody's leaves, and now there's like nothing, so I think it's a thought regarding it. And if not, we have those brown bags that we're supposed to use, and put those to the curb and have maybe talk to Maggio. Maybe it's something they can do just regarding the leaves, as long as everybody puts them in the paper bags. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion to close the public comment section of the public hearing on the tentative budget?
Motion?
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we have any follow-up comments on the comments from trustees? Things that haven't been said before? Or things that have been said and you want to say it one more time? Okay, so now I think the next step in the process.
Before we move on, I do have several comments. I apologize, I missed your name. It was the last person that was speaking. I did reach out to Maggio's Karting, and what they said was we can use the bulk days to put leaves in the containers, and that they would take them. So that would be a way, and I had mentioned this earlier at one of the work sessions, a way of kind of getting the community involved to help solve this problem a little bit, working together. You know, some of us can, are physically capable of doing it, but then we have some elderly people that might not be able to. But Maggio will take, on the bulk days, the leaves. The other thing about the leaf program, I mentioned at the work session yesterday, I'm not sure if it got any traction, but I'm going to keep pushing this. We should send this out for RFP. We should send this out and get bids from local communities and let the employees of our village, continue to do the work that we get. And if we can get someone to come in for $140,000 or $120,000, it's a savings. But let's at least send it out for an RFP and figure out if it's a savings or not. Shortening the weeks, that's definitely going to help. So those are some of the areas that we should address in regards to the LEAF program. I mean, I just recently campaigned because I'm new to the board, but this is almost a year. And most people in the community like the LEAF program. So, and I've said this before. I just would like to address some things that go on in the work sessions. And to address what Ms. DeWitt and Mr. Weaver and Ms. Donnelly said. We have an opportunity at every work session to discuss the budget. The treasurer has an opportunity, and so does the commissioner of finance. And I found it, once I found out that they hid the ball from us, they knew this well in advance and never notified us at any of these work sessions. Now, we're there for hours, and they have opportunities to come out and let us know and the community know that, hey, guys, there's going to be a problem with the budget. And as Ms. DeWitt said, we should have been involved with this way in advance so that we could have put input into this budget process and not had all of this last minute dumped in our lap. And truthfully, we were misled. Trustee Ugrinsky, and I sit next to her and I talk to her quite often, never mentioned to me anything about this budget exceeding the tax cap. And so I find it extremely frustrating that the treasurer, that Trustee Ugrinsky knew this and never provided us with that information. And I agree with the community. It is exhausting to have people that you are supposed to trust as professional colleagues to lead this village that would hide information from us when we're making important votes in this community. And I just had to say that again. I might sometimes come off where I'm frustrated now, and I am. But the frustration is real. I can't imagine, telling residents, hey, we're going to raise your taxes 41%. Now, thank goodness for Trustee Hill and Trustee Giuliano and myself. If you watched the work session, we worked hard to get this budget down. And we are going to continue to work hard. But again, hopefully going forward, we need to put policies and procedures in place that we vote on that do not allow this to happen again. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have a motion to close the public hearing now of the tentative budget for 2027?
Didn't we do that?
Motion?
Oh, close comment. Second.
Well, we closed the comment.
Yeah.
Public comment, yeah. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Clerk Perlow, did we do an RFP for this LEAF program?
We didn't yet, Mayor, but based upon comments from yesterday, it's an item for trustee Franco for the April 29th agenda to solicit a request for proposals for the entire program. In other words, not just for pickup, but to conduct the entire program.
But we conducted an RFP for pickup.
Yes.
Yes,
When did we do that?
2024,
2024, Mayor.
And how many years was the contract for?
I believe
3.
So it expires in 2020,
7.
at the end of the fiscal or at the end of this fiscal or year?
At the end of the, I believe it's at the end of the year 2027, so meaning December.
So we're saying no DPW endeavor into this? That's the entire program? I'm not sure what we're talking about for the RFP. Who's?
That would be, that would be the potential, if we could have a subcontractor come in.
That was my understanding.
And let's see what happens, if we can then have DPW move on to other duties they're responsible for.
I think the goal,
Like street safety? Or?
correct me if I'm wrong, trustee Franco, but I think the goal coming out of yesterday's meeting was to see if we could achieve the same results under what it costs us now.
Yes.
Do we want to take work away from DPW and give it to a contractor?
I'm sure that DPW has plenty to do. That if we can somehow stay under the $160,000 and save some money, I'm pretty sure DPW can keep themselves busy, and parks. But yes, that is the.
We're taking work away from DPW. And giving it to a contractor. That's the idea.
We look at things through blinders instead of
brilliant.
trying to think outside the box. This, it might not work. The RFP might not.
Why don't we check
the
with
numbers
Labor
might not
Council
come
and
in
see if we're
accurate.
allowed to do that? It's going to cost us money to check with Labor Council.
Can we ask NICOM? Wasn't that the plan?
Mm-hmm.
On an issue related to the labor union?
Yeah, NICOM should be able to advise on
Let's start there.
union issues. Yeah, that would be a good first free stop. Also, if you talk to the DPW employees, they hate leaf pickup. They said it's the worst job of the entire year because it's freezing cold. They're outside all day and they're breaking their backs. And like that's they've told me unsolicited. So, because I wanted their thoughts on it, and that was the reaction I got. So I don't think they'll be too bent out of shape about it.
Anything else they don't like to do?
Well, that's the least favorite.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll call NICOM and see if there's any violation of labor contracts for that. All right, so we're out of the public hearing, right? Can we go back to the work session? Thank you all for being here. You think they like
Yeah,
snow?
exactly.
You know,
Right. Right.
No, they, trust me, they say it, but if it's gone, then it becomes a problem.
It's, you can't, I think contractually you can't do that.
Can't do it without going to the
Give them an option. That's all.
Franco? Can you hear me?
Yes, Peter. Yes, sir.
Hey, the last email that you sent, I still want to know how I missed page 45.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I took
Because
them
I
all out.
printed it and then I copied it. And nobody had it unless somebody had all five.
I blame Shelley.
You blame me?
She just, that's everything.
Did you steal it?
I stole them all. I took page 45. They're all on my desk.
Yep.
It's the people closest to you that just jab you in the back.
Just got to thank for the number 45. Yes.
We should, just for clarification purposes, for anyone watching.
We have a motion to go back into work session.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's head into the monthly reports. Are we done with budget for now? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can get page 45. Email it.
There's nothing on
It's in your, it's in.
Oh,
it's-
that's right, yes, yes.
It's
yes.
online.
Okay, true,
Yep.
right. Okay.
Yep. All right, let's start with Sylvia.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, thank you. Getting right to my report. 2 announcements. The first one is that our final assessment roll is in the office in Village Hall and available for inspection until the 15th. The Board of Ethics meeting, we had one previously scheduled for the 6th of May, but that was moved up, rescheduled to 5:30 PM on the 23rd of this month instead. We do have, and we discussed this a little bit yesterday, we do have an open employment opportunity for a recreation leader position at the country club. We also have 11 resolutions this evening, so I would like to move to, at this time, to resolution number 1, 4826, which is a resolution approving the hiring or rehiring of the following part-time seasonal tennis instructors effective April 15th, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. Christopher Nam at an hourly wage rate of $18 per hour, that's a rehire. Alexa Eichinger at an hourly wage rate of $18 per hour, a rehire. Maggie Taranto at an hourly wage rate of $17 per hour, and Austin Nam at an hourly wage rate of $17 per hour, to a new hire also. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 2, 4826, resolution approving the hiring of the following part-time seasonal assistant tennis professionals effective April 15th, 2026 through September 30th, 2026. Diane Stark at an hourly wage rate of $50 per hour, and Maya Tribble at an hourly wage rate of $50 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 3, 4826, resolution approving the hiring of Al Gordon as a part-time seasonal softball manager effective April 13th, 2026 through December 1st, 2026, and an hourly wage rate of $20 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then just for the record, all these positions are covered through the fees of being part of these programs.
Programs.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good point.
Thank you, Trustee Hill. Resolution number 44826, resolution rehiring Pat Doohan as a part-time clerk at the Village Center on an as-needed basis, effective April 18th, 2026, at an hourly rate of $18.31 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Any discussion?
Is this the guard position?
No.
No.
This is
Mm-mm.
different?
This is
This is to cover?
to cover, yeah.
Okay.
So that she would only get paid if she works.
And that's why we worded it as needed as
Right.
well, because that's different.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 54826, resolution ratifying the hiring of Jose Batista, Pedro Morel Cepeda, Elio Roberto Gutierrez, Adrian Mosquea Lopez, and Starling Mosquea Lopez as seasonal laborers at the Port Jefferson Country Club, effective April 7th, 2026, at an hourly rate of $18 per hour, with the potential for a performance-based increase to $20 per hour following a 6-week introductory period, and ratifying the hiring of Nicholas Owens as a seasonal laborer at the Port Jefferson Country Club, effective April 7th, 2026, at an hourly rate of $18 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good job on those names.
Thank you. Resolution number 64826, resolution approving an amendment to Task 5 of the GEI proposal executed in February of 2025 to increase the number of contractual meetings from the agreed 23 to a maximum of 33 meetings and an additional fee of $350 per person per hour, and to authorize GEI to immediately invoice for the meeting attended on March 13th, 2026, and for the presentation to the Planning Board on March 31st, 2026. These meetings would represent the first 2 of the proposed additional 10 maximum. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second? Discussion?
I voted against tasks 2 through 5 last time. I think I might have voted for 2 because it was in conjunction with 1 at the time, and 1 was a requirement for the state permit. So I will be voting against it again.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Do we
Aye.
do roll call?
Yeah, I thought we were doing a roll call. Yeah, so aye.
Trustee Ugrinsky
Aye.
and Trustee Giuliano?
Aye.
Thank you. So that passes 2 to 1.
No.
No,
No.
it doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor, how do you vote?
Well, I'll discuss this too, and I'm not gonna lie, Trustee Hill, I agree with you on a lot of the things that you're voting no on for GEI. It's very frustrating, and, to have to continue to, work with this engineering firm. We're stuck with them. So while I'm not crazy about voting for this. We're gonna restrict the number of meetings that we have with them to the bare minimum now. And only we're canceling Friday's meeting. We're not gonna have these regular meetings we don't have them we've canceled a lot of them leading up to this, because they just don't have the work product done. The structural analysis of the building.
Mhm.
We've seen preliminary reports on it, and we don't get the final report. And that report supposedly informs the final design. Again, I'll say, I said it yesterday, the feedback from the planning board was huge for this process. The feedback we've gotten from the Citizens Commission on Erosion has been very contributory and productive for getting the plans to the place they are, and including the response and the feedback from Haydock Engineering and even from this board. And from my seat, drainage seemed to be the most important part of this project, and it was completely ignored when this project was first approved by the Board of Trustees unanimously or this funding was approved unanimously in 2021. And we're seeing that approval through, at least to design. And then with feedback from the planning board, which is essential, the expertise that the planning board brings to this process was ignored in the first phase. They were not consulted in phase one, and this is the first time they were consulted, and I'm glad we did. So, and I'm glad we have formed the Citizens Commission on Erosion. As difficult as some of their questions are, they're germane and they're significant because they're coming from the people who are going to be paying for this project, or paid for the first project and will be considering paying for the second project, or have been committed without a vote to paying for the entire bond amount. So seeing it through, because we have FEMA funds that would help offset the cost by 75%, not knowing what the bid amount is yet, but asking for it over, what's the bid process, how much is it gonna cost, what's the anticipated cost of this project as you're designing it. We're just waiting, and it's frustrating. And we're going to ask the planning board to review the structural analysis of the report on the building itself. We need to consider the storm drain management, the storm system management on the building, the gutter system and whatnot, and where it's going and how it's being collected. There are still recommendations coming from the planning board and coming from our engineers, the village engineer, saying, why haven't you told about this, and how come you didn't? Why do we have to tell these people what their job is? We're not engineers, but thank goodness we hired some, and thank goodness we have engineers on our planning board. So I reluctantly vote in this roll call yes, because here we are, and we can't start over right now. We have to see this, at least these tasks through to their conclusion and their recommendation, and we deserve better than what we're getting from a work product standpoint. And they nickel and dime us on meetings, and it's them who are not coming through with the work product so that we don't have to have another meeting.
And to piggyback on your frustration, we've been told since December at least that the plans are 90%. We need the other 10%, and we're still waiting for the final 10%.
One more thing, you just reminded me, Bob. We're not going to have, well, obviously, it's April 8th.
Right.
They're not presenting at this meeting because we learned at the planning board meeting that the product
Right.
won't be done until April 15th.
Mm-hmm.
At the planning board meeting, they tell us that. Why didn't we know that before? We don't have this, I already said what I want to say. So the motion passes.
Thank you. Resolution number 4826, resolution to account for the 2026 JCAP grant funding received for the remediation of the handicap ramp at Village Hall by authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 121 as follows. Increase revenue line item H3021, State Aid Village Court by $25,000, and increase expense line item H1110205, Village Court Capital Improvement by $25,000. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Discussion? So
Sure.
are we gonna have to bid on that? I mean, is that a hard number?
So the 25,
Here.
the 25,000 is we received that from the JCAP grant,
Mhm.
and we were using Suffolk County contract for concrete work to be able to do it. So we don't have to go out to bid. We were going to use the Suffolk County contract, and once we get through the budget adoption phase, we'll be able to do an additional amendment for the handicap railing that the village needs to do as part of that project.
But the project, the 25,000 will encompass I mean, we don't have to
No,
spend any additional funds.
It only encompasses the concrete work, and I think because of the change of the Suffolk County DPW contracts going out to bid, it may we may need an additional 3,000 from village funds to go over there to finish the job. But if we don't finish the work, we we will have to give the money back.
Right.
I think, to add on to your question, I think there's a match on this one, right?
Yes, so the village's match of this is, and it's gonna cost the village 30,000 to do the railing piece. The concrete, when we went out initially and asked for the JCAP funds, it was gonna be 50,000. The price went up because of the new revision to Suffolk County contracts. But we're locked into the project, or we have to give the JCAP money back.
Okay, so 30,000 is coming from,
The interfund transfer in the tentative budget. So it would be June 1 would be moved over. The concrete work has to be done first.
okay, but transferred from what account? Or
So.
at the end
you
of the
would look
budget?
at- It's 9950, 900. It's in that total amount.
Okay.
Now you're talking like we know what the numbers are. What exactly category is that?
So 9950 is interfund transfer. It's
Okay.
it's basically, it's a liability. It's-
That's fine, but where's the money coming from? The general fund?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. Yes, the general fund.
He talks treasurer very well. We have to translate for him.
And just to, for context, this is an ADA
Yeah.
requirement, and we pretty much have to have this done. What's the
been in
consequence?
bad
I guess
shape.
what's the consequence if we do not do this?
That ramp is in bad shape, and by all accounts, from our DPW superintendent, we wouldn't be in compliance with ADA laws any further.
So if we don't do it now, or if we don't accept the grant, we have to do it anyway.
We're gonna have to do it
And
sometime down the road, and
pay
it's
the
gonna
whole
cost
freight.
more.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
based on this public discussion, we can't say we didn't know the ramp might have been in some damage. God forbid someone gets hurt on it. From a liability standpoint and prior written notice.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 84826, resolution to fund the emergency replacement and repair to the Village Center inline air separator per estimate number 25109, provided by Plumber Near You, Inc., in the amount of $10,645, by authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget transfer number 51, and no net change to the general fund budget as follows. Decrease expense line item A714543, skating rink supplies maintenance, by $10,645, and increase expense line item A714545, Village Center repair and maintenance, by $10,645. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
Just a little bit of a discussion on this. This is one of the repairs that Renee was kind of talking about yesterday. And also, I just want to let everybody know that one of the urinals flooded today over in the Village Center, like in the middle of the day. So it's real. Maintenance of the Village Center facility is a real need to fund, whether we like it or not. So, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh, and there's a bird living in the sail loft room with a nest.
Mhm.
And what do we do with that?
In the nest.
Anybody know?
We wait till the babies are fledged, and then we take the nest out.
Yeah.
Get a cat.
Start a farm.
Check for eggs first.
Yeah.
If there's a nest.
Resolution number resolution number 94826, resolution ratifying the hiring of the following at the Port Jefferson Country Club effective March 26, 2026. Charles Carone as an office assistant at the Pro Shop at an hourly rate of $18 per hour. Tabitha Roden as an office assistant at the Pro Shop at an hourly rate of $20 per hour. And Jim Conyers as a recreation aide at an hourly rate of $18 per hour. And Gregory Sund and Sean Brennan as recreation aides at an hourly rate of $18 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 104826, resolution approving a refund of golf membership dues in the amount of $4,370 for Dennis Rice, as recommended by the Country Club Management Advisory Council. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just a quick note, we're going to be
Yeah.
getting these every once in a while because we're going back to the model, actually the legal model, where we approve Country Club Management Advisory Council's recommendations to either refund or not requests that are made to them from members who are unable to utilize their membership for some reason, including mostly health.
And that was first reviewed by the Board of Governors also, and then went
Okay.
to the CCMAC.
I was made aware today there will be another one probably coming by the end of the month.
And I have one also for the 29th.
Probably the
I
same one.
wonder if it's the same one.
Mhm.
Okay. Resolution number 114826, resolution authorizing the solicitation of a request for interest for preferred vendors at the Village Center, as just discussed. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Do we want to clarify this for, again? I mean,
Yeah.
does anybody need a further explanation on this? Okay,
No,
so this, and just
sounds
so
like
you
a
know.
great idea.
This list can be 2 or 15, depends on who qualifies based on the information in the RFI. So-
May
Not
I-
only that,
may-
it's also a mechanism for pushing forward some of the single-use plastics
Yes.
regs that we
Oh, yeah.
we want
Oh,
to
yeah.
enforce there.
I was gonna say to make sure that any request that goes out emphasizes the use of singles street.
Yep,
Like mine.
very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Unless there are questions, that concludes my report. Any questions on my report? Thank you, Mayor and Board.
Okay, next up, Attorney Moran.
Good evening, Mayor, honorable trustees. In reference to my report, I am to report I attended a meeting along with DPW Supervisor Greg Munson, as long as Code Director Kevin Cooper at the town of Brookhaven in reference to Centennial Park. There was questions that arose from the councilman's office, Jonathan Cornwright, in reference to the lease that the village holds of that park and its parameters, all stemming from prior and proposed possible use by people using the beach for purposes of a rowing club or schools for their rowing programs. It was discovered at that time, a review of the lease in place, that the lease does not cover the beach. The lease, the meets and bounds as set forth in the lease covers the parking lot only. The town attorney agreed with the position that notoriously everyone assumed that the lease included the beach area, or at least the beach area that the town of Brookhaven owns. And to put that matter to bed, the town of Brookhaven is working on an amendment to that lease, expanding the meets and bounds to include that area under the same terms and conditions of the current lease, which puts to bed the issue of whether or not we have the ability to, one, have our kayak racks and charge, and to maybe sublease to future rowing clubs or the like. The current lease sets forth, as will any iteration therefrom, that if we sublease or anything like that, run a program outside of what the Port Jeff would do, the village, the town attorney's office or the town of Brookhaven would need to be notified, but that's standard in every lease that they do. So that issue should be taken care of, and we should clarify the issues in the new lease, setting forth the proper meets and bounds. So that's that. Second, I forwarded to the clerk, hopefully for distribution. It's been brought up a couple times in the past meetings, reference to the recommendations of the House Rental Committee. If you recall, they gave us several recommendations in reference to our rental code, a possible banning or restrictions on short-term rentals, as well as amendments to our bed and breakfast code, and the possibility of an accessory apartment review board and legalizing and monitoring and permitting for health and safety, legalizing the accessory apartment procedure. Where I started, which seemed to be most pressing, was the transient rental occupancy or the short-term rentals. I reviewed some of their proposals, and some of the codes that they suggested looked good to them, and made the following code amendments. While going through, I noticed some deficiencies in the current code, that one I'd like to discuss, and two, I just took the liberty of changing. There were some words that dropped off, I'm assuming just dropped off in reference to some of the definitions where it says like, it says 2 dash, and it doesn't say family. It says 1 family, 2 dash, comma, 3 family. So I will be adding the word family there. But most importantly, adding a definition to the rental property section, adding a definition for transient rental occupancy, which is defined as a rental occupancy for a period of less than or equal to 29 days. For the purposes of this chapter, the term transient rental occupancy shall not include any hotels, motels, bed and breakfasts operating with the benefit of a certificate of occupancy or its equivalent. Further in line with that, amending section 2054A, which sets forth the need for a rental permit, and adding provision subsection B to 205-4 that specifically says transient rental occupancy shall not be permitted.
I hit the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Mine's hot, I can't turn it off.
For discussion purposes, in going through the chapters, the code refers to, and it was odd to me that it doesn't address it anywhere, rental properties as it relates to family and family members. There is a generally understood, well, it's constitutionally protected, that you have the right to rent your property, and you also have the right to allow your family or immediate family to use your property without the benefit of a rental permit. And in section, I'll find it here in a second, it makes specific reference to family, but yet we don't define family. So I was suggesting that we add a definition of the word family, and then possibly expand on that definition if the board sees fit.
Is that a standard definition that you can?
It's a pretty standard. Well, what you would do is, in this instance, I would recommend restrict, when you define family, you talk about, and when you're talking about the need to not have a rental permit, that you do it to your immediate family, which is readily defined in a lot of codes as aunts, husband, spouse, kids. How you could bring that out as far as you want. Usually they stay around, first iteration, aunts, uncles, immediate family, I guess you would call. There's also an expansion of that to a functional family equivalent, which limits boarding houses and rooming houses and those types of things that aren't CO'd for that purpose. I don't believe our code has an outright ban on rooming houses. Most codes do. I don't know. I don't think. It's possible. But either way, at least in the rental code, it doesn't address it specifically. And, in 2026, there are different versions of families that were contemplated for, I'm sure, when the code was written, and rightfully, we should probably stay in line with modern times. But that's a further discussion. Those are the code amendment I proposed today is to the ban on short-term rentals, which I would define as transient rental occupancy, and just some changes to the code that just make sense, that I think words were just not included originally when it was drafted and written, or maybe dropped off in process, or, when you read a sentence and you just read the word that's there and it's not there, those types of things. So I made a couple of those small corrections as well. So that's it as far as the rental code. In reference to the recommendations from the committees as to the B&B and the expansion of B&B to include accessory structures outside the main dwelling, I mean, I'll do what the board suggests. However, if you read the bed and breakfast code and the intent is to keep it in line with other residential single-family dwellings, to not make it look like a hotel or a motel or something different than a single-family dwelling. That's the intent of a bed and breakfast. And since we don't allow habitability and accessory structures on single-family lots. I don't think it should be allowed under the bed and breakfast code either. To me, it gives people a way or a mechanism to expand for rental purposes their living quarters to accessory structures under the guise of a bed and breakfast. So in my opinion, if you have a single-family residence and the intent of a code is to keep it a single-family residence appearance at least, to allow things that aren't allowed to the rest of the single-family residences, to me, just doesn't seem fair or right. So I would recommend against that, but that's ultimately up to the policymakers. I do agree with their last recommendation in regulating, for various reasons, accessory apartments. It could be a health and safety concern. People make haphazard changes to their apartment for either, their children or relatives or the like, or for rental purposes, to supplement mortgage payments. The village should know that those types of construction or those types of activities are happening. They also suggest an accessory apartment review board to control the parameters of those. They limit square footage, number of bedrooms, those types of things. So, but that's future considerations, and that's in reference to the rental code and the recommendations of the rental committee, because the board has been present and brought it up a few times. So that's where I am specifically. Looking tonight to codify the transit rental occupancy for a public hearing, and then leave the other items open for future discussion.
What would it take, jumping to the future consideration, what is establishing an accessory apartment review board? What does that look like?
It looks like any other board, probably not an even member, an odd number of members with staggered terms, to review standards, hear possible public input for the issuance of a special permit that's time limited, to see if there's issues of, and you regulate things like off-street parking, make sure there's sufficient off-street parking, the size, but more importantly, it gives the village the ability to make sure some of these rental, and having done this for 25 years 20 years as a prosecutor, some of these places that people think is safe to rent would shock your conscience. And it'll be a good way to protect the health and safety of our residents as well. But the establishment thereof would be, again, just the establishment of a code that addresses it, and a board. And many municipalities do it, so,
Is it statutory?
it would be statutory.
And it would have to be a board.
It would, you don't necessarily have to be a board, but the board comes in, because it would otherwise default to this board, if a permit gets denied, which we don't want, I would think. And it gives the public the ability to come out in support. They might have a notorious bad neighbor, and now it's being compounded by bad tenants. And there's also, I would suggest, proliferation requirements to make sure they're in compliance, and as it comes up every couple of years for their renewal of their permit, you want to know whether or not, they say they have off-street parking, but they don't. Or they say it's one bedroom, but I was in there, it's really three. Whatever the parameters are. But that would be how that goes.
Right now, the building inspectors go and decide if it meets the standards for permits for regular apartments?
I have a meeting
for-
with Josephine tomorrow to get a little more, among other things, to get a little more information on how it's being handled now. But I would suggest, like I said, having done this for a minute, most people build their accessory apartments in the interior of their homes and nobody knows about it. For whatever reason. So I would be shocked if someone comes in and says, I want to build an apartment, I want to put a second kitchen downstairs. Because, technically in the definitions of single-family dwellings, you can't have two kitchens unless you ask specific permission. So I think it'd be a good time to codify it, but that's, again, up to you guys.
Yeah, when I was in Lindenhurst, they had a two-family review board, and the question always came up about the second kitchen. A lot of people just want to have a second kitchen in the basement, so that also
Thumbs up.
went to that board, so.
And how did that work?
Yeah, how'd the board work? Like,
It was like the planning board, it was.
no, like, did it work well, or?
Oh, yeah.
Like, does it?
They
There are other
Case after
mechanisms
case,
than a
yeah.
board. You can give that authority under, it's a special permit, so the way it kind of works is with special permits, if you meet the criteria, then you get it. It's when the denials happen that it gets a little hairy. Denial, the building inspector would go to Board of Zoning Appeals. You could certainly vest that authority in your, whoever's running your building department, as your chief building inspector or whomever. You could certainly give them that authority under the set criteria. And if they deny for any reason, it would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals as a decision. And that decision would be, the Board of Zoning Appeals acts in multiple capacities, including judicial review, quasi-judicial review of administrative decisions. So it's another process that you can use
So
instead
it
of
could be a variance request
creating
instead
a
of.
full board. You can go for variance as well. The things you worry about, especially, you know, with basements is, you know, it comes into a lot is ceiling heights.
Uh-huh.
Narrow
Egress,
passageways, egress is obviously a big one. Limiting it to, you know, so you don't have 4-bedroom apartments, so it, you know. But there's a way to do it, and if it doesn't necessarily have to be a board. The committee recommended a board, but.
A board, oh, the ZBA is already board.
True.
Yeah.
True. I don't know how busy they are or not to add to their plate, but again, I think, because the town of Brookhaven just did it a couple years ago when Supervisor Panico came in, they eliminated the board and gave that authority to the building inspector review, and if you meet the criteria, and you could prove it, you get it. And if the building inspector gets squirrely about it and denies it, it goes to the zoning board for review.
Huh.
Yeah, I think I'd be more inclined to not have the board, just because, like, just to game out the worst situation, couldn't you stack the board with 5 people who don't want any apartments? And
Yeah,
then
again,
nobody can do it, right? Like,
Generally, again, but it's a special permit, you know? So the idea of having a board is more for the public to come out. It's more for, you know, we're a smaller village, so it doesn't happen as often, but you'd be surprised when it's the 15th accessory apartment on a block that has 20 houses. It becomes a lot, the parking, the streets get narrowed, so it's a good mechanism for people to come out but you could vest that same power in someone you trust in the building department. But again, as far as stacking the board with a special permit, it's still a standard, arbitrary and capricious, and if you meet the standard, you
Right,
can't
have the
really deny
criteria
it.
Right, you have criteria that you have to follow, and if
It's-
you meet the
it's- yeah.
criteria.
and then on the family part of it, are you saying that if it is family members, they do not need a rental permit?
Mhm.
So
Immediate family.
Gotcha. So I have a basement apartment fully CO'd before we bought the house, and we have a
With
tenant
good-
in there.
Good height ceilings?
Actually, yeah. It's because we're on a slope, so the front of the apartment is actually basically ground level. So, and the former owner built it for her mom, so they did a pretty good job on it.
But in reference to it, not
but I'm
that
saying my concern is when we moved into the house, we had it inspected. Like, we got the proper permitting and everything, and we learned we didn't have a fire door in the back egress. Obviously not the $500 we wanted to spend, but I couldn't live with myself if anything happened because we didn't have the fire door. But if my mom moved into the apartment, we wouldn't have gotten through the permit process, and we probably would have just assumed the door was fine.
I would
like
say-
that's what I'm
Oh, yeah.
like
In that scenario, Kyle, I would suggest if you did the proper permitting process for basement habitability, someone erred in not making you get a fire door anyway,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
period. So.
The previous owner.
Pre-
so yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean from the village level.
I see,
Or
yeah.
whoever did the inspections, that should have came up anyway, when you're talking about habitable space in a, what's supposed to be, or probably was at one point, a
Was it
basement.
CO'd?
Yeah.
So that's probably should have been tagged anyway by the previous.
I mean, who knows? Maybe the door was replaced, or
And who knows
without,
also about
like-
the codes at the time.
Yeah.
Because they change all the time. And obviously, anyone who currently CO'd for that purpose, there is no requirement to then go back for an accessory apartment things, because you already have that CO'd use.
But that would be a good thing about having a board or some sort of group to look at it, because as the code changes, they go back for a renewal, okay, now you have to put in this egress or whatever it is.
And again,
Wouldn't it come up and?
who knows what the proliferation will be in the town of Brookhaven? Their accessory apartment board met once a month, and there was 70, 80 applications on. You know, I would suggest that can't happen here. Maybe maybe you crawl before you walk here, kind of, sort of, and just see what that looks like if we just implement the program for health and safety purposes, give that discretion to the building inspector, reviewing the plans under a very specific special permit criteria. And in the event, like I said, that this doesn't feel right, or, you know, there's other things that are necessary, then review by the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's certainly, as a first step, probably a good idea.
All right, so back up to the top. Is this responsive to their,
1,000%.
yeah,
The overwhelming request was banning of short-term rentals. How they came up with 29 days, I think they would just say 4 weeks plus one. But there are plenty of codes out there that say 14 days, there's some that say 28 days. It didn't need, they suggested the Shelter Island statute, but the Shelter Island's a little different than even Port Jeff, because their section was called vacation rentals.
uh-huh.
So it's a little different as it relates to, you know, what people may be using
That's
their.
a seasonal
What's,
area.
what's Shelter Island's restriction on vacation rentals?
It's 28 days. But you're not allowed, basically no short-term rentals. No short-term, they call them vacation rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have events going on here year-round, you know, to make it a seasonal or vacation just didn't make sense to me, when you already had a very comprehensive rental section to begin with. We just needed to say, everyone needs a rental permit, but under no circumstances can you get a rental permit for a transient rental occupancy, which is shorter than 28 days, 29 days, but also doesn't include your usual places where short-term stays are welcomed, like bed and breakfast, hotels, motels.
It's still, you know, there's such a shortage of where people can rent and stay to
Yeah.
visit. It's really difficult to
I
visit
agree.
Port Jefferson.
And right, because now Rebecca's Airbnb is no longer. I think we're only down to the Ransom Inn.
Right,
And
'cause
then there's
Holly
Danforth.
Berry's
It's like if you had a
closed
big
now, right?
wedding, there's
Yeah.
really nowhere for people to stay in the village. Like, I just don't know what problem we're trying to solve here.
Well,
Again, if you recall, I suggested
we'll
that.
hear
we-
about it in the public hearing,
I
I'm
know.
sure, but
I suggested when this whole thing came up the first time in my meetings
I
with Andy
know.
Freeling at the time, are we creating for a solution that doesn't really have a problem?
well, it does, especially on the west side,
But I also do recall
the
hearing some
northwest side
complaints.
of our village. There are multiple transient rentals going on over there, and there's insights about that it really impacts the quality of life, because there's no law that guides or, you know, restricts or, you know, in certain areas, communities, there are background checks required of people who are gonna rent in a like in an HOA or whatever. You require background checks and the lease has to be approved by the HOA.
Having represented two variously different shores of villages, the biggest concern I always hear is every weekend is a different neighbor.
Yeah.
You know, you're okay with, most people are okay with renters because they're not transient. But you never know what you're getting that weekend, and especially in communities like Port Jeff and, as a reference, Bellport, you know, yeah, okay, so you rent a 3-bedroom house for the weekend and 31 people show up, which is a quality of life problem, no doubt. Now, I don't know if that's happening here or not, but certainly the potential is there.
And enforcement, how difficult or?
It's just it's another cog in the wheel of enforcement, another tool in the shed. You know, if you know, it shouldn't take that difficult, you know, with license plate numbers and everything else to figure out who's there and who's not.
Exactly, that's what Dan and and Kevin said about
How
East
they-
Hampton.
Holding owners accountable that aren't there for their own malfeasance. Being able, when I say hold people accountable, is if, if they're destroying other people's quality of life, it's problematic. And usually the way you stop that is substantial fines to get their attention. And if you eliminate the cost of doing business, then you eliminate the problem.
Do we have a fine schedule for this? Do we?
Currently, it's what exists. I believe your code already sets forth specific fines, and bear with me, I could pull it up in 8 seconds. Right now, it's not exceeding 5,000,
Uh-huh.
so that's pretty substantial.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we ready to hear this on the 28th? I mean, the 29th?
Again, you don't have to approve it on the 29th, but if you want to hear from the public, we can get
Mhm.
that, at least this section started. Yeah, schedule it on the 29th.
For May.
For May,
Oh, for May.
yeah,
Okay.
because we have to schedule it.
Mm-hmm. All right, any other questions about this? I
And
would
again,
say
I'm-
talk to Michael Mart
If you, any questions arise, or you're talking to people that have questions, feel free to email me.
and Barbara Ransom.
She's, I know she wants that detached structure, but
Well, she also has a number of suspected Airbnbs.
aware.
Right around her.
Mhm.
I've heard her comments and wrote them
Mhm.
all down every time she steps to the mic.
All over there, I mean,
Michael
there's,
on the,
Yes.
he was on the committee.
yes,
Does he have Airbnbs in his neighborhood?
yes.
This is the one across the street?
Vacation rentals. I don't know specifically, no, not that interesting looking one.
Yeah.
You can go on VRBO and
Yeah, look
pull up
on
Portales.
VRBO.
Diplomatic.
They're not always advertised on there either, but.
Right.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, yeah, there's one more code amendment, 241-9. We'd like to set that public hearing as well. As the code's written right now, I guess in history, we never had a director of code. That was a full-time employee. And we'd like to add the ability for him to issue summonses as well for buildings, certain type of building violations, since he is certified as a condition of his employment. So currently, it just gives that authority to the building inspector, and it's not functional to do it that way when we have code doing code enforcement.
Okay.
So we want to add that the code enforcement director or his designee is also
Is it the code enforcement supervisor?
super, whatever the term is.
His title is?
Yeah, whatever his
Okay,
title is.
according, attached to his title, that
Yeah.
title,
Yeah.
okay.
Weren't we, I brought it up last work session, weren't we also gonna do a code amendment to allow code enforcement officers to enforce the tree code? Cause currently.
It's all part of it.
Got it, okay, sounds good.
That'll encompass,
Yeah,
It's all part of it.
okay,
241-9.
I misunderstood.
And that's part of that.
we also need to look at that, well, it's the environmental,
I had a meeting with Dan on those issues and the steep slope code. We're putting that all together.
okay.
I sent him a couple emails today, but it turns out he's
He's
out
on
of town.
vacation. So are we looking at that, would that be ready to notice on April 28th or 29th?
I can't speak to
But-
that without speaking to Dan.
Uh-huh.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, it's a lot of
It's
work.
a big lift.
Uh-huh. Because it's a comprehensive environmental,
Code.
yeah, land,
I mean, it includes going through the zoning code, pulling out the environmental sensitive things, and placing them all in one spot, and not piecemealing it, because that becomes a problem.
okay. All right, and I handed you something, and we could just talk about it briefly. It's a draft of a, is it a license? It's a
A
license.
logo license agreement.
Yeah,
I guess this is for the.
it's for the 250th, for use of the 250th logo.
There's some issues we could discuss, but it's a good bones.
Uh-huh.
Something we could certainly do.
Okay, so the goal is, if I'm characterizing this correctly, is to offer, not restrict the use of the agreement, but of the license, of the logo of the 250th, Port Jeff 250 logo, for a local Yeah, for local commercial people who have a business in the village, and if they want to use it for T-shirts or
Oh, wait,
mugs
oh,
or
my God.
glasses or whatever they want to use it for, they sign that waiver, that license agreement waiver, and it gives them access to use. It's not, we're not charging for it per se. I don't, right? Am I?
merch.
Yeah.
For no charge.
Yeah.
But we keeping the,
Well, we're not creating it.
no, we're giving them the ability to create merch for
Yeah.
the celebration.
And we will create our own as well.
Right.
But I think Lisa Perry from the Conservancy was contacting Ron Carlson to see, he's the merch king. Do you remember that
Mhm.
in him?
Yep.
Where did, like, he got so much merch.
Yeah.
And he just
Just appeared.
handed it out.
Yeah.
The question is, you know, how much did it cost? So that's a thing. But we have some grant opportunities with the 250th PJ 250. So we'll look at that. And again, if we're talking about PJ 250, this is, I think you all had in your, sitting on your spot, there's the save the date of the May 2nd Caleb Brewster landing. And the county's working with us, and the Porch of 250 committee has been really active in recruiting and setting up activities and everything for this event. So obviously I encourage everybody to show up and experience it. It should be pretty amazing. We're inviting a bunch of elected officials and the media, and it'll be a thing. The wellboat is nearly finished. They expect to put it in the water next week. So they want it to swell, I guess, so that it connects.
So it doesn't leak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have to put it in the water. So that's where that is. Okay. So we don't need the treasurer to go tonight, do we? You had your moment in the sun.
Give him a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add to anything?
Just a couple quick things. One, we have the new intern that has come in. She's working out quite well. She's a very quick learner. So we've already gone through treasury processes, journal entries, AP. She sat with Michelle today and went over some AP. I've had her actually do some analysis on some spreadsheets. She's also been up at the country club for quite a few hours while she's been here, working on membership, looking over all the dues coming in, finding out if there's been any input errors, through the membership, and she's actually found some inconsistencies. So it's working out, and I'm excited to be able to continue to add to the workload, so to speak, on the different kinds of things we can have her do. And transition to what I spoke about with the different analysis and projections that could be beneficial for the whole board.
That's great.
And one other add-on is that I will be on the April 29th meeting. I'm going to have some budget transfers amendments to do to correct some over-budget accounts from both funds and to revise some revenue projections. All would be net neutral to the budget, but just to kind of better classify where we're at in this year so that it's more accurate in the financial planning future years as well. So unless there's questions, I could end there. I think I did enough talking today.
Okay, I do want to just reiterate that I think it's very important, and Trustee Urinsky said it tonight as well, that we set and didn't quite get this far, but I think we need to set a schedule of next steps after we get this budget approved to flush out a 3 to 5 year review of spending of our budgets and anticipated revenue, just put together a 3 to 5 year plan. So I'll ask you to put together a plan for that.
Okay.
And what that looks like.
All right, I've already started building templates to be able to do just that.
Right. So why don't you plan on updating us next month?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, Trustee Franco, do you want to give report?
I have nothing to report from the school district working group. We're meeting on the 23rd to
Give him the live mic.
Hold on, Matt.
Hold on, Trustee Franco.
Sure.
Try now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
When the working group is meeting on the 23rd of April, so we're going to continue with the MOU. Mr. Weaver was kind enough, he's going to come down and review the budget from the school district with the group. Also, before I left for vacation, I stopped at the Tilcon facility in New Jersey, their quarry, to see how they maintain dust control. And I picked up some significant information so that when I meet with Tilcon after I return, we'll see if we can implement some of those strategies they're using in New Jersey right here in Port Jefferson, because they have serious dust control procedures in place.
Okay, so the steeplechase happened today up on the high school field. I think it was today. Any insights on that? The preparation, safety mechanisms, any idea how that worked out?
No.
You, Kyle?
No, I texted with Greg about it today, but in the report it says that, or in Supervisor Flamme's report, he mentions that he coordinated the Steeplefest track and field event for April 8th with the high school. Anthony might have emailed earlier today, actually, but can check really quick if you want to bear with me, because he did have an email that I did not get a chance to read. Nope, it was about the Easter parade. Which also went off without a hitch.
I see where you get,
so
I can see where you get those two confused.
Oh yeah, well, I only saw that the email came through, not
Just
like
kidding,
what it
just
actually
kidding.
said. Yeah, I did email about it today because I noticed the wooden ponies out this morning on my way to the gym, but we did get one email from a resident, and just I reminded folks that we can use the alert system to remind those those specific residents that this is what's going on in their neighborhood that day, because I did get a frank email, we'll say, about why, like, maybe an update or maybe some information on what we could do, but also their name's not in the email, so just that they were on that specific street. So,
And because of the parking issue?
I don't really, honestly, I don't know. They, it was barely, if it was 7 words, that was it. I mean, I can share, it's not like explicit or anything.
Oh, okay.
But I honestly don't even know if I can find it, because
It's okay.
there was no
I got one
real
too, and
name.
it was a complaint about, why are we blocking off the parking
It was,
for?
yeah, this was, hi, maybe fill us in what's happening on Hawthorne Street, no notification, thanks. So, I mean, to the point. And but the idea with the geolocation on the new alert service we have is that we could do these kind of neighborhood-specific notifications. So I reminded.
Note to Anthony.
I did, I reminded them.
Okay, all
Yep.
right.
Yeah.
I'm sure that he'll put that in his after action. Yeah.
I'm happy to continue if.
Okay, sure.
For smoothness. So for the month of March, 10 online complaints were received, 8 were anonymous, 9 code infraction investigations initiated in March, 5 notices of violation issued in March for code violations, 3 filed appearance tickets issued. For the month of March, 16 incident reports prepared for calls for service received from the code phone. And I mentioned earlier, there were 342 parking tickets in March versus 181 March of 2025. In public safety, we had the presentation from John Russell from the Civic Association about gas-powered leaf blowers. My suggestion to him was to go back to the Civic Association and have them do a formal policy endorsement or recommendation for the village to act. And based on, I don't know what other committee it would go in, because noise is really the crux of the problem we're trying to solve. I assumed it would probably come back to public safety, unless the CAC, but again, it's the noise that people are trying to
It's
get
the
after.
CAC.
He spoke to the CEC probably 6 months ago
Okay.
about the leaf blowers.
Okay. Either way, I told him, come back with a formal rec from Civic Association, and it'll get referred somewhere in the village. That's where we left it. But it was a very good presentation. E-bikes, we talked about again. This was in the context of Officer John's follow-up email to us. So in the last public meeting, Attorney Moran, you had asked if it would be worth the village doubling up on the code change that the Suffolk County has done. He initially said no, follow-up email, I think like a day later, and said, actually, yeah, it would be, it would be good. And then I talked to Supervisor Cooper about it. The only real opportunity for us to enforce on that would be if they are recklessly e-biking and then they park, and then we can apprehend the e-bike. But the Public Safety Advisory Council agreed that that would be worth having that extra enforcement option, because why it's better than what we got now, which is less than that. So, so their recommendation was to pick up that same code change, and then I figured the trustees would also be in favor of that as well, and then with walkability, the Safe Streets for All grant, which is what the walkability task force was looking at. That notice of funding opportunity went out last week, I believe, maybe the week before. So Lisa Motto, the grant writer, and I have been in communication, and one of the things that she asked me to bring to this board. So for context, what we would be going for is a planning grant. The idea is we would do a comprehensive plan for sidewalks in the village. And this way, as a village, we could chip off a piece of that plan once we have the plan in hand, hopefully every budget cycle. And to get the grant, we would have to do a 20% match, and you'd have to do a minimum request of $100,000. So in the context of budgeting, we'd have to do at least $20,000 matched, but again, that doesn't have to come from us. That could come from the Conservancy. That could come from like a county contribution, something like
A
that.
CBDG grant or something like that.
Maybe.
For the
Oh, that would
town.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we've,
Okay.
which we've already applied for walkways and stuff.
So it sounds like there is a path forward to get that 20,000 then.
Yeah,
Okay.
match, yeah.
Okay, and then
If we get approved
right,
grants.
if we were lucky enough to get approved. And then the only thing that she asked for was that we would get a commitment from the board, and then we have to submit a formal letter by April 24th. So that letter must include an official public commitment, such as a future resolution or policy, by grant deadline of May 26th, for the goal of 0 roadway fatalities and 0 injuries. So we have had a few pedestrian accidents. Nothing, I mean, if we had more, we would be more eligible for grants, but we don't want that either. So,
Good grief.
but that would be part of the letter. So if the board is comfortable, I'm happy to draft the letter, circulate it, and then I'll follow up with Lisa exactly what we would do, but at least have that letter in hand to her before the 24th. And then we might have to do a resolution at the
29th.
Public meeting on the 29th.
Can you ask her in your conversations with her if the Town of Brookhaven Community Development Block Grant that we applied for, It's for walkways, but it's around the village center, basically. Would that qualify as part of the match?
Okay.
All right.
Didn't we have a plan, didn't Hayduck, was it Hayduck? gave us
Well,
a-
Hayduck's
Yeah,
plan,
theirs
Hayduck's
was,
report is in that.
theirs was not a comprehensive plan. Theirs was 3 low-hanging options, and the plan from there was to implement those and then use that as an example for bigger grants that we are working on making the community more walkable. And that is everything for me.
Okay, about walkability, one quick question about the state's commitment to,
Yeah. I've talked to Janice about it. I've talked to Michael about it. I really just
It's
have to
about
go
West Broadway
knock
between
door to
Arlington and-
door on there and ask folks. I just have to do it. So
I ran into Michael and Francis walking, I was pulling into Village Hall, they were walking down the sidewalk, and we talked about it a little bit. You could probably, they might go door to door on your behalf, you know, and I asked Michael Mart about it too. I think it's, how does the community feel about this the closing of making Bayview Terrace a dead end?
Yeah.
And I don't think we're gonna get any real negativity. I mean, a majority of people.
I don't think it'll be a majority, but I talked to former Mayor Garant about this issue probably sometime last year because
Yeah.
we had dug up stuff and the
Yes.
state had said this before.
Yeah.
And she said there was one resident that
Vocal
was
vocal
particular.
minority
I think yes.
at the end of that block?
Yes. So I agree. I think even just the incidences of the trucks getting stuck is
Yeah.
reason enough to
Bus.
sort this out.
Yeah.
So regardless of the sidewalk.
And I was told the garbage trucks already they reverse their way in to pick up to collect the trash.
Interesting.
They don't.
Oh, they go
don't
down.
go nose first. They come out and back down.
You
and
can
then
see the gashes in the
Yeah.
road too.
Oh, yeah.
So bad.
Yeah.
They're like, you could like put your hand in them.
It's almost negligent. It's almost negligent not to do it. But
There's always a traffic jam there too.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's,
No,
a UPS
Because
truck, an
UPS truck is
Amazon
stuck,
truck,
yeah.
those UPS, it's usually
Yeah.
a UPS
Yeah.
truck, but I've seen Amazon trucks get stuck there too.
okay, thank you, Bob.
Okay, starting with DPW, their March report, they were conducting, the aftermath of all the snow events that they've had throughout the season. Pothole repairs, so far since the end of March, they've used 10 tons of asphalt for repairs of potholes. There was the March 17th windstorm event, so there was cleanup from the down branches and down trees from that. They've been starting and conducting street sweeping. Ball field, Joe Erlin ball field, branch trimming has been completed. The nets have been put up over at the Erlin field, and basketball courts, the pads were installed in preparation for the for the summer for the people using the basketball courts to protect them from running into the poles. As far as recreation, ice skating is completed. They're prepping for the summer farmers market. Renee's finalized the concert for the summer. Camp registration began March 15th. Anybody that's interested in registering for the camp, you can go to the website and register for camp.
The question came up at a recent meeting as to whether or not the sport court was going to be not installed so that parking could commence there
I asked Renee-
until the time that camp begins. Is that a possibility?
Yes, she said that the boards were not coming down, that there was no plan for the boards to come down. So the sport court would, once the skating is gone, the boards would
It's the
remain.
reinstallation of the rink boards.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, it's a lot of labor, so to take them down, put them up, it can be done, but her initial thought was, no, they're gonna stay up until until camp.
Is there advertising revenue from that? From
Yes.
those?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that goes actually through the Conservancy.
Yeah, I thought that paid for the takedown and put up to some extent, but no.
I don't know if it covers it completely, I
Yeah.
don't. I could follow up with Renee and just,
Yeah, easy question.
We'll follow up with Steven, he's right here. Do we get any revenue? And where does that revenue, how is it spent?
Yeah, where does it go?
It does cost money to advertise on the ice rink.
When it comes in, I believe it goes into, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, but it goes into the Parks and Rec? No.
Skating revenue.
It does go into skating revenue. It goes into skating revenue.
We don't collect it, it goes to the rinks, because we're not allowed to collect for advertising,
But the Conservancy is.
and so can the rinks. So the rinks collects it and then pays us.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Michelle.
thought it went through the Conservancy.
I was having a sidebar with the clerk, I missed that, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You don't, that's all right. We know what we need to do, I think, if nothing. Is,
Sounds like that, yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Okay. As far as the tree committee, we had an arborist attend at our last meeting, and he was talking about code issues affecting his business, backlog of tree removal permits causing work delays, lack of village tree inventory, and he talked about having the need, or the village should have a certified arborist on staff, causing, the lack of that causes liability issues for the village in case of unknown, potentially unstable public trees.
On staff?
Again, that's.
We do have a certified arborist on contract. It's Asplund.
Right,
Uh-huh.
yeah. But and he was just giving his views of other villages. This is, he was looking at, this is what other villages have. He was talking about different, standards, codes in different villages. And he was also talked about the need to separate tree clearing from singular tree removal, and also the incentive for landscapers who abide by the code. So again, talking about
Gotta get the
landscapers'
code.
Registration of landscapers.
That's the code we need to, that's not the environmental code, but we're looking at creating a code that, or putting into the code that landscapers need to be
Part of my meeting tomorrow also.
with,
Also a subject of my meeting tomorrow. and
Okay.
We had cursory discussions on it, trying to narrow that focus a little bit, and who's to accept those applications and what to do with them. Something along the lines of, if you require a license from Suffolk County to do your trade, you must register with the village as well. This way, people working on a Saturday, people, we find, trees are disappearing, but we check a Ring doorbell and see who took them down, those types of things.
They weighed in a little on the leaf pickup. They recommend maintaining the program, as we had discussed, but only under very strict and push out and pick up windows. So in other words, narrowing the windows as we had discussed. And do not push any early, they do not push the leaves out any earlier than 1 week before the pickup. And once the pickup is done, that's it. Don't go back and then.
We already have
If
that.
there's fines.
That's already
If
there.
there's fines involved, then,
Mhm. Oh.
And Arbor Day, the Arbor Day ceremony is April 22nd over at the Harborfront Park. And, making all the arrangements for the tent, for the chairs, and the staging. We're going to do it, have used the stage, microphone, lectern, everything that we've had last year. Citizens Commission on Erosion, they didn't meet, they'll meet on April 16th, so I'll have a report after that meeting. Parks and Rec is recommending that the Joe Erlin Field, that there be a permit, and we charge a fee for people using the field other than softball. They said that there's a group that regularly uses, the field they play soccer there every day, and that they don't have any permit for it. And they're very, you know, once somebody comes on, they're very, okay, we'll leave and everything, but, you know, they feel that there should be some sort of permit and some sort of fee involved for them using that, because it's putting wear and tear onto the field. So they're suggesting I think it was a $50 an hour permit fee.
Isn't there a permit for using village property anyway required?
Renee said there's nothing. There was nothing for the, well, she was looking for the field specifically.
Yeah, but it's a pretty,
We have a facility use permit that could possibly be used for that. I can discuss it with Renee.
well, it's a park. It's not recreation.
Yeah.
It's a park. Permitting to use a park. Is Renee involved in parks? Does
Well,
she have oversight of parks?
She was at that meeting. She was talking
Well,
about it, so
yeah,
Yeah.
but she, you know, they're on the field when her program is going on the field, so maybe it's a Greg and Renee thing, or, you know, and whoever he delegates, but there's I've filled out beach permits using, you know, to say I'd like to reserve the use of it was years ago, but it was definitely a permit, so I'm not asking you to look at it now, Sylvia, but it exists somewhere. There's a
Okay.
bunch of people who work in parks that have worked here for 30 years. Do you recall?
No, I don't recall that at all. I don't recall anything like that at all.
Okay.
Other than, like Sylvia said, a facility use permit, but, you know, specifically for, in the past, we've never allowed anybody to use on a permitted basis, Joe Erlen Field. I mean, people would just go there and just have a pickup game or whatever, but.
What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. Like I said, it's causing wear and tear on the field, and it's, you know, this is a way to control it too. Say, okay, yeah, there's a group there, and
And it's inevitable, because the town of Brookhaven does it, it's inevitable, but two non-like-minded people might want to use the field at the same time for different purposes. And, you know, your football landed in my soccer field issue, so you probably should regulate its use in some
Yeah.
fashion if it's
Oh, yeah.
consistent.
Somebody gets hurt.
right. I talked about a little. They talked about the additional ship coming in and docking at the Port Jeff at the pier at the Harborfront Park, and they were talking about establishing a fee for you know, if the ship does indeed come in, you know, establishing a fee for the docking usage, and it would have to be negotiated out. But
Are we meeting with them? Do we have a meeting with them? With the ship people?
Is that a tall ship?
It's a tall
yeah,
ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's its name? Do you know?
It's
Nice.
called the, what's the name?
I was hoping you were going to remember. I don't know.
Yeah, because there's not that many around, so. It's usually,
Thank you.
yeah, good.
We do have a meeting, Mayor, on the 22nd.
Okay. And so, yeah, you know, we're looking at all the costs associated with the dockage.
Yeah.
So there's electric, there's cleanup, there's trash, and they reported all their revenue to us, like what to anticipate, what they charge and how they accumulate revenue. So, so I think, I sent it to you, right?
Yeah.
And then the Parks and Rec Advisory Council looked at it and made a recommendation of, you know, it looks like you should probably charge. So their goal is to, the opportunity is for them to come in June and stay until July 2nd, when they're going back into the New York
Okay.
Harbor or whatever, and then come back during the month of August. So you do quick research and look at all the costs and what is associated with that. And what did they recommend?
Well, I didn't want to get into that now because I know we'll be negotiating that, but they were, they said.
Well, we
you know,
can't give away
Right.
resources, and we can't certainly ask taxpayers to cover the expenses that will be accumulated, like the Jenny Marie did, by
Mhm.
the way.
Right.
And there was never a permit. There was never a license, there was never a rental agreement, nothing for the Jenny Marie. And it's just, well, it just brings people into our village. What?
Yeah.
You know, do we
Again.
need people in in our village that badly so that we absorb all the costs? I mean, it's a great tourism.
Right, they're conducting their business.
Yeah, and they're not asking for anything. We'll be talking to them
Right.
about it. So, but we wanted to have a sense of how the community felt about it.
Yeah. Yeah, so they were in favor of it. They thought it was a good idea.
Yeah.
They did come up with a couple suggestions, so we can talk about that offline. Like I said, you know, don't want to negotiate in public or fees. Other thing that they came up with is they did they looked at the basketball courts, and they're recommending using park funds to refurbish fully refurbish the surface of the basketball courts and everything.
And were there estimates for that?
Yes, and actually, got 3 estimates. Dave provided 3 estimates, and he's going back to get, getting the fine tuning and everything, just to see. So we talk about anywhere from 30 to 60,000, depending on what we want to do with the courts. Originally, they were talking about relining them and also lining them for pickleball. Renee suggested, let's just keep it with basketball. We have pickleball at the tennis courts. He said, let's not confuse the two, so we'll just keep it to basketball.
Yeah, they talked about doing that a couple of years ago, and the basketball people just went haywire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can see how
It
it's
wasn't very popular.
getting confused.
Yeah.
Confusing if you're playing basketball
Yeah.
with all the different lines going on. And also, if you're playing pickleball there, you got the other lines for basketball, so it gets too confusing, since we do have pickleball right on the tennis courts.
Yes.
And how do you divide up the time on the court?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
You know,
exactly.
because
Yeah.
that basketball court sees a lot of use.
Yes. Yeah, so just strictly basketball and
That's
pickleball will
great.
be.
So, what's the process for that? So Dave's gonna finalize the quotes.
I forwarded
from-
those,
Is
the quotes that we got into.
Is it an RFP situation, or?
It depends on the totality of the quotes, but there are Suffolk County contracts available for a lot of this type of work, especially.
Has he gone to the contracts people, Suffolk County contract approved?
I don't know if he's gone to Suffolk County. I mean, there's one for 62, one for 42, and one for 36. So they range, again, depending on what we want done for the basketball courts.
So who's he gonna work with on this?
If it's 36,000 is the lowest number, then we don't have a county contract, we'd have to go out to bid for the work.
Right.
So we would need to see if they're the specs, and if county, we need to work with DPW superintendent on this. There may be county contracts available or state contracts.
Yeah, so I emailed those over to Sylvia, so we'll work on a bid package or RFP or whatever. No?
We're
Didn't get that?
we're going to check state contract first.
Sure, yeah.
State or county
Mhm.
contract, and check that first, and we have, since seems to be such a disparity in the bids that we received, we have to make sure that everyone was given
Is
the same specs.
bidding the same, yes,
Because it may be apples and oranges.
right, so that's the.
So Stephen and I will work together with Greg
Mhm.
and figure out what the specs should be. Couple of prongs here, and then check state contract and county, okay? And then figure out if we need an RFP.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Quickly. As quickly as municipal government can possibly go. Let's do it, though. Come on. I mean, this is great. We have the recommendation. I think everybody you've seen that basketball court needs to be
Yeah.
reworked.
care.
We have funding from the buildings that have been built downtown. Parkland fees accumulated, which just were sprinkled all over. We'll just pull them back in and say, let's use, right, Michelle? Let's use some of that money to fix the park. Okay. All right.
And that's everything.
Let me see. I might have a question for you. So, was there some conversation about private parties at Rocketship Park?
They discussed possibility of permitting, not the whole park, but just the pavilion.
Uh-huh.
Whether, private parties or,
Because right now it's first come, first served, right?
Right, right. And there's no organized,
Do it.
reservation.
I have the same problem with that as I do with the fields being used. It should be reserved, and
Oh, okay. Oh, you're shaking your head, yes.
I'm shaking my
Yeah,
head
I
that
agree. That should
it's
be
problematic
a-
if we
yeah.
all decide to meet there for various different reasons. And
How do you,
Now-
but how do you enforce that really? Because that,
someone you
when
give them a
you,
permit.
when you go to that park in the summer, that's the only shade
Right. That-
for
and that's the-
everyone,
That's the one issue.
so.
Oh, did they also recommend
don't allow
making a
parties.
sprinkler?
A misting.
Misting
A misting
thing
station.
in Rocketship Park?
A misting station at
Where
Rocketship.
does that stand?
Well, they want to wait till it gets a little warmer out when they can do it, but they said it's a very simple thing that doesn't need any drains or anything like that, and it's simply misting. It's not shooting water. It'll just mist out.
Is it a slip and fall concern?
Not
Usually
necessarily
not.
on that material.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
And
That's-
again, it's not
the
shooting
ground.
water.
On the, the play. Possibly, I hear what you're saying. Like, possibly on the not jungle gyms, but
The surface?
the
Equipment.
not the ground.
No,
but
the surface is
actual-
good,
the
but-
rocket ship, we'll say.
Yeah,
Like,
the actual toys.
yes.
The
yeah.
play
the play things.
things.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not gonna. It's not. It wouldn't.
Play structures.
It wouldn't be shooting on that.
What do you call it?
Okay,
You
I
have
don't
a
know.
kid?
Yeah, if anyone else can come up with the name.
Playground.
The
What?
thing is the playground.
The equipment.
Equipment.
Playground
playground
equipment.
Yeah.
There we
I mean,
have
it wouldn't be
it.
shooting on that. It's just a simple stand that would just
Oh, I see.
mist. I mean, again, it's not.
Yeah, I wasn't asking
Yeah,
that
it's not-
question. I was.
It's not a spray. It's not. It's just something that you press a button. It mists for a couple of seconds. The kids get
Damp.
damp, maybe.
They cool off.
They cool off. Yeah.
They glisten for a moment.
Yeah.
Their hair gets, listen, we need to make sure it's safe.
Yeah.
So does the Department of Health have to look at it, or do we need to, is there something that we have to do to abide by regulations that ensure that it's safe?
Do we have to do that for the one that's the sprinkler really? That's over by the village center? Are there special?
That's wood chips, so that's a lot.
No, I'm just asking. Did we have to get any kind of special dispensation to spray water around?
No.
No, so probably not.
And it's not water. It's mist.
Missed.
Well, exactly.
It's a whole
but-
different
Right,
connotation, and
exactly,
it
yeah.
stays within a 2 or 3 feet
Well,
radius.
we
It's
were
not like
asking about
everything's
whether
self-
there was health,
And in-
Department of
and-
Health things,
And-
permits that we needed or something.
We
So I
had
was
misting
Just
stations.
asking if we needed that for,
Sorry, we had misting stations in Greenport, and when we were there, there was no permit or anything or requirement to look it over. It was just maintenance costs, as you can
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah, I'm more worried about that, honestly.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be something we get and then we're like, don't turn it on because it costs too much?
Or,
like,
or
the
somebody
next
gets
season?
hurt.
No.
But, I don't overthink it, but what are the belts and suspender, things that we have to do to make sure that it's okay? Like if it was in grass, I would see no problem with it or whatever, but just what's.
Okay.
what-
I'll go back to the group and have them. That's something that has.
Maybe it's just a Renee question.
Mhm.
That would,
Yeah.
because she interfaces with Department of Health. Maybe you just ask Renee if there's, what do you think about this? Do you think there's any concern for the
Yeah,
people who are
I
using?
think she was at the meeting when it was discussed, but I'll double check.
And
with
she
her.
was in favor of
Yeah.
the,
She-
of
she
the,
did. didn't come up with any reason, not to do it. But I will double check with her just to say, have you really thought about X, Y, and Z?
So,
Yeah, as far as the pavilion, those concerns were talked about, that's the only place that,
Yeah.
is in shade. And they would talk about the pavilion only, you wouldn't have the whole park. But if you wanted to have a kid's birthday party there or something, just set up a 2-hour party on the tables at the pavilion.
I mean, it is long. I have seen like what I would consider informal parties
Yes.
happening
Mhm.
there, and there's still sufficient space. I think we would probably not want to do, like 50 people reserving that for one party, but I don't know. It's in the summer. It might not be a good idea just because of the.
But if you
Because of
regulate it
that.
right and you allow it from, you were worried about the shade, it's the only shade there, but if you allow it after the peak of the day from like 4 to 8, because the sun stays out till 8, it's probably less of a crowd. And if you regulate it, you could do things like, if you're gonna have your party there, you need to use single stream recycling. You could do other things in furtherance of village initiatives and collect a fee and make them responsible for their own garbage and do other things where they're not necessarily now. Just a thought.
so, what does it look like to move that forward to?
A resolution.
Qu-
Come up with the parameters of the program.
Question came up that since the park was built with state, federal funds.
Open to everybody,
Okay.
not just residents.
Mm-hmm. So wouldn't be any problem with renting out the,
Not renting it out, you just have to rent it out to.
Permitting,
Everyone would have to have the
Equal
equal
opportunity.
equal
Sure.
access.
mhm.
But you charge a permit fee because
right.
there are costs associated with cleaning up after them and
Mhm.
doing all the maintenance that is needed in a park.
Then you
Our
get the opportunity
taxpayers
then,
shouldn't
you
be
could also
paying
get
for
the
it.
opportunity then to regulate it, because, no amplified music, those types of things that might disrupt other people's surroundings.
Yeah.
That are enjoying the park for other purposes.
And then the other thing that they were asked to look at was East Beach Rocks, and East Beach Rocks is back this year with support from the same two presenters that supported it last year, the Gito Group and Victorian House. So it's funded,
Mhm.
and the question was, should we have time to plan for it this year to really make a decision on what's the best day for it to take place, right? Did they talk about that?
They talked about that they loved it, they wanted to see it continue, but they didn't talk about the day. I mean, no, I take that back, they did, they liked Friday better. They said that Saturday, you're doing things, and then before you know it, it's the end of the day. Friday, you come home, you grab pizza or whatever, and then you go down there, and so they like the idea of having it on Friday night as opposed to a Saturday.
Okay. And the issue with Saturday was the Arts Council, which books the groups and pays the groups through the funding that they receive from Gito and the Victorian House. They weren't going to be able to book groups until after, they wanted to do afternoon into early, like mid-afternoon to late afternoon, so 3:30 to 6:30 or something like that. And didn't seem like an ideal time, but Friday nights, the conflict last year was with Friday nights at the club. The club's not going to do Friday night happy hours this year. They're going to do something on another night, which we're meeting with them to talk about soon. And so the question was, the Arts Council came back and changed their format because the reason why they couldn't set up bands later on Saturday for the sunset because that's what made those events so amazing. In addition to just so relaxing and families and wagons and all kinds, it was just so chill. and the music itself, local artists and whatnot. They didn't have sound at that time. So they figured it out, and the artists would bring their own sound on Saturday night. But then, so that's kind of why it became, okay, how does the Parks and Recs Advisory Council feel about this? How do people feel about this? So that was kind of the reason for the request. And that it's Friday, everybody agree, like?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they made, good points. It's, Friday's more of a, okay, come home from work, you want to do something to relax before you get involved in all the errands that you do on Saturday, and then.
Okay, so we'll go with Fridays. We can tell the Arts Council, and they can book the shows, and if anybody has a special request for a show, let us know. A particular group, it's like Chick Voorhees and his group, that was like one of the most popular. Tom Preventure and Damaged Goods. The Cuomo brothers, they're talking to, obviously talking to Cole Fortier again. And another kid from Miller Place who was really good, Cole Platt, and yeah, so it's a really chill night at the beach. Okay, so Zena.
Okay. So, just to wrap up the Budget and Finance Committee topic, just perhaps one step in the right direction is just extending an open invitation, which I always thought was a standing open invitation, but just reinforcing, the trustees going to the Budget and Finance Committee meetings, right? It'd be worthwhile, I think, to see a lot of that discussion. So, and that's really all I'm going to say about that. That's all I'll say about that for now. As far as the golf course opened on the 1st, everything was functional. It was a great day out. And, so the grounds crews had a lot of cleanup to do based on the storms we had had this winter. They did already tackle one of the cart paths repairs, so 11's done, and we might even get 10 done, before the end of the fiscal. The irrigation system's fully operational and up and running. There was some question about the water usage on the let's see.
Peter Scully?
Scully, thank you. Peter Scully had reached out to me, and Tom Natola had sent a letter to the DC sort of inquiring about increasing our water usage. Based on conversations with Pat, we don't think that's necessarily an urgent matter because we have a lot of planning to do about other ways to get water, so that's very much a topic of conversation again. Depends on how hot the summer is and how dry it is. So, other than that, let's see. We also had, following Danielle's departure, we had an administrative and membership transition. The Treasury folks have graciously stepped back in to help fill that gap, at least for some of the funds handling portion of it. And Jake right now is handling the membership emails, the incoming emails. We're hoping that Alex Weldon, the intern for Treasury, is also helping with some of that email, since Jake is pretty busy with the start of the season. So she's helping out with that, and it's also another piece of her knowing how the pro shop works, and because she's going to be focused on inventory management and making sure that we've got a sort of a future facing plan to make that a very regular occurrence and start managing it according to, generally accepted accounting principles. Again, on the, some new things, we've got limited flight balls out on the golf course, which is going to address the two things: the safety issue with people getting hit on the third hole, and getting hit with golf balls that have been driven over the fence. I know that we've talked about that quite a bit. So we're testing those out. Feedback's been excellent. The members are happy that they can hit a driver again on the driving range. And the driving range has some new range tees. They were installed, and they're right now performing well under use. Have you tried them out yet?
No.
They weren't there when you left?
No.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, and we've got the new golf carts are delivered, prepared, the new GPSs are in them, and getting good feedback on those as well. They're moving a little faster than the old ones. In addition, so a tennis update. We have, so let me bring you guys up to speed from the beginning. There were a group of folks that really wanted the tennis to come back, and they said there are 2 courts here that could be used that are not close to the bluff, and if we got together and funded it, would it be okay if we could get that set up just for this year, because we don't know with the bluff project being where it is whether that might be needed as a laydown area, from the fall on. So we suggested that if they were okay with this being sort of a 1-year project, whether that would be sufficient for them. And the response was pretty overwhelming. So first of all, we all approved the spend for the Hartrue coating. So that's been put down, that's all done. The irrigation for it is up and running, as far as I know, I believe. And then we're rolling that into the village process. So it's not going to be managed by the golf course. It's going to be a village endeavor. And I think we have a couple of lights out. The guys regraded the entryway into that, DPW, and Pat's guys got together and figured that out. And we have there's one more thing that we have to do. Fix the chain link fence. So, because we don't want, kids rolling around on or doing, burnouts on their e-bikes in that space. So, that looks like it's heading for an opening either next week or the following week. We're still in the process of figuring out how that staffing is going to work, how the reservations are going to work, who's going to be administering that. We've got a meeting on Friday to try and wrap up some of those loose ends. But, I want to say thank you to Alex Spiegel from the CCMAC, who was very instrumental in sort of spearheading this, with MJ Tito being one of the residents that was very, very active in making this happen. So
I spoke to
thanks
Alex
to
today,
everybody.
and I don't think the irrigation is working. She said she was out there
Yeah.
watering the
By hand?
the courts by
Okay.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I'll check.
yeah.
I'll check on that. Pat was.
Sounds like irrigation was working.
Yeah.
Well, the water hookup's
Right,
there,
water
but
is-
no,
yeah.
it's supposed to be sprinkled.
Yeah.
Just joking.
Yeah. And, so there will be somebody who has to roll the courts twice a day with a roller, and we're going to figure out how to engage that individual, but it's probably going to be some young person that they know right around the corner from the country club. So, and that's all I have.
How's membership?
You know what? They're coming in. They're still, well, what is the current membership?
For tennis or for golf?
No,
Golf.
for golf.
For golf, well, 436 members. We just updated the sheet. I got to get something and put something together. I had it from April 1st, but as of today, 436 full members, and then there's 4 additional range members, so 440.
So how does that compare to last year, this time? And granted, the season's just starting, so.
If you could give me a minute, I could actually get
Okay.
I could get you that answer.
And
Yeah.
there's requests
fine.
coming in on
Where-
a daily basis.
Yeah.
I was
still.
Good.
gonna say, I'm
Good.
seeing five emails a day pretty much for people asking for pricing
Mhm.
and stuff, but I know we're running a little shy of where we were last year. At
So
this
early
moment.
and the weather's
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
so not
Cold.
Right,
where
as
it
soon
needs
as the
to be.
weather picks up.
And there's, when you hit a little warm, when it hits 70,
Mm-hmm.
everyone
Yeah.
wants to play golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played Saturday and it was pretty cold.
Okay, so I guess I'll just read off a couple things.
Oh, I just have one question. In the budget and finance memo that we got, it mentions budget scenario 1, which would imply that there's at least budget scenario 2. Can we get like descriptions of what
Yeah.
the other
I can tell you
options were?
what they are, right? So, when we were looking at the head count and could we omit some of the personnel, option 1 was fill those spots. Option 2 was defer those until December. And option 3 was, don't hire them until the following year. I think the feedback from the group was this is kind of a catch-up year where we're trying to right-size everything, and their recommendation was to fill those slots. One of what we heard from one of them was that typically if one of these roles goes off, that it takes, sometimes up to 4 years to get it back, because of the financial forecasts that we've got. And that's actually one of the things we'll be looking at with the Budget and Finance Committee soon, because we're going to roll from the budget right into that multi-year financial forecast, because, every year LIPE is declining. Every year, well, we've got still some labor contracts that are not even final, and that'll give us a little more visibility into future years' salaries, et cetera.
Got it.
To answer Trustee Giuliano's question, at the same date last year, 494 members.
All right, so a little behind, but like we said, once the weather, you get a week of 60, 70 degrees, people will be coming.
It's ramped up. We brought in there's 30 people in the last week.
Stephen, how many declinations of memberships do we have? Like people who were members last year and declined to rejoin up?
It's pretty consistent with prior years, but Stephen's getting the number for you, Matt.
It's lower than last year. Right now.
And do we do a follow-up with them at all, like a
Like
sort
a
of
exit-
exit
an
interview
exit, yeah, we
type
should.
of thing? So,
Yes,
gee,
yes, the membership coordinator would get reasons why people didn't
Okay.
rejoin.
mhm.
So we're at 81 total resignations, and from the notes here, at least 9 of them were some medical or family reason.
And last
One
year
that we approved today was for a medical reason.
Yeah.
Right,
Mhm.
and there's another one that's a medical reason
Mhm.
coming.
Bless you.
Last year was in the 90 range.
By the time the year ended, it was in that range, yes.
Oh, that's not where it was at this point in the year.
I don't have that number readily available.
All right. I just want to bring up a point that I want to give a shout out to Josephine Castelli because she's been doing a lot of work to close out or renew existing building permits. So I think I referenced this yesterday in our club sort of clawback meeting to ensure all permits remain current and in good standing and working with property owners to complete all necessary steps. Or maybe I mentioned it earlier today, sort of blending together towards obtaining the certificates of occupancy or compliance. And she's really done a lot of research going back and looking at what COs and permits are still open. And I think I mentioned it today, like they're back. Some of them haven't been closed out for 20 years. Even our own permit of the maintenance facility at the country club was not closed out in 2014. You were the clerk then, right? Okay. No, not your fault. But, somebody needed to close that out, and there are reasons why it's not closed out. The Drowned Meadow Cottage Museum, no CO issued. So it's fun watching her work because she enjoys what she does. And it's an asset we haven't had in the village in a while, so that's good. The intern from Stony Brook started on April 2nd, so I haven't had a chance to catch up with her yet. I just want to see how she's doing. You see her walking in and out of the office, Michelle, Stephen? Yeah, did you say hello? Is she okay?
Yeah,
Okay, is she busy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been in the hole.
Is she saving overtime? She's saving overtime?
Well, Dan's on vacation this week.
Yeah, no overtime. We're saving overtime already.
Success.
Okay. I'm just going to read what Josephine wrote for everyone's edification, that building and planning are collaborating to develop a comprehensive environmentally sensitive land village code. This code will address all categories of ESL, including steep slopes, DEC wetlands, flood hazard areas, coastal erosion hazard areas, and areas with high groundwater. The goal is to integrate environmentally sensitive land considerations into the zoning code, ensuring that any proposed disturbances to these lands are subject to review by staff as well as planning and zoning boards, allowing for a thorough assessment of potential project impacts. Looking forward to that. And then, as we mentioned earlier, there's an ongoing research into comparative fee analysis that continues to support the proposed fee adjustment. An assessment of the 33 villages and 10 towns in Suffolk County is nearing completion, and as Attorney Moran mentioned, Josephine is meeting with him tomorrow on where that stands and how to move forward. Planning Department is working in conjunction with GEI consultants to monitor erosion on the East Bluff. That's being turned over to the Planning Department, and our CHA administrator as Dan. So, and also there are two new proposed, Dave, did you see these building permits that Josephine included? Are you good with these? Okay, good. So, ready to be put into action? They don't need board approval, do they? It's just an informational thing.
Did we officially appoint Dan, or?
Yes, we
Okay,
did.
okay.
Oh, yeah,
I
yes.
don't
He is
remember
the
that.
CHA administrator, and he's already filed a report, correct? So what was that report, Sylvia? It was for DEC something or other, it was a permit renewal, what? Can you look that up you're copied on that, can you look that up, so?
He'll be okay. I'm more worried about the rest of us.
And then just a note on new business openings, and we're working with the bid communications team to sort of highlight these things as they come through our building department, where we get approved Registration and renewals, not so much, but new COs and businesses and signage approved that states that the business is actually in operation. We're looking at Port Tackle, which is next door, that looks to be opening up this weekend potentially. And then also Dunkin' Donuts is getting a new sign. And we have certificates of occupancy issued. There were 6 over the past month. Boutique, which is now open, up and running. They're doing their grand opening sort of chamber celebration on April 21st. So anybody wants to go, that is a function that they're hosting. Drown Meadow Cottage, the foundation only for relocating the building, so she issued the CO for that. Country Club. Yes. 44 Fairway Drive, demolish golf pro shop, old permit from 1975.
Wow.
That's before the village even owned the facility, so she found that one. And interior alteration, old permit from 2003. So then PJ Vintage, is
Are these,
everybody?
like, paper, just files that are not.
How is she doing it? How is she doing it? How is she doing it? She's looking through the open COs.
Wow.
That's all paper.
Is it on, is it electronic or is it files? I think it's files.
It's files.
Must be files.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
from
Jeez.
75.
Yeah, 75.
Yeah.
But scanned, I don't know if it's
Ah.
scanned or not.
It's also to add into Municity, so that all of the information's in Municity
Yeah,
now, because
that's-
that was missing information.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And PJ Vintage, has everybody been to PJ Vintage? That's a new
Yep.
registration, new business registration, really cool little shop.
That's the old. It was Pattern Finders, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, so very
Looks
fun,
great in there.
very fun grand opening they had, the celebration they had a couple of weeks ago.
East Main.
Yeah.
Mayor, to answer your question about Dan Gross,
Mhm.
he submitted the required annual assessment form for the CHA management program for the DEC on the 31st of March.
So they're not coming after us anymore? Okay,
Not for
good.
that.
Good. Then just a quick update on Lisa's work. Lisa Mato's work, Motto's work is she's submitted an final reimbursement for the storm damage grant for engineering consulting fees, which will help offset some of the costs that we expended for $40,767. That's from the August storm. New applications submitted, pretty impressive. Senator Schumer's office for $26 million for the flood study risk management projects. The Harbor to Hub walkability study, so that's, I don't know when we're gonna hear on this, but this is congressional fiscal year 27 federal appropriation. It's probably a year out, until you hear from these things.
Hopefully.
If not two.
If we pass a budget.
Yes, if they pass the budget. God. Main Street, New York 25A, connectivity projects, streetscaping and placemaking initiatives, and multiple municipal parks improvements. Nicola Loda's office, $6.5 million for the Port Jeff Harbor to Hub Municipal Parks Recreational and Safety Improvements Projects. Assemblywoman Cassay, she's actually facilitating the application and just the administrative process of securing the $100,000 for the Caleb Brewster Boathouse for the Armored Whaleboat exhibit. That's $100,000. And then Town of Brookhaven, as I mentioned, Community Development Block Grant for the Village Center's Senior Citizens Program for $15,000, which we usually get, and Walkways Retaining Wall Improvements for $75,000. And in addition to that, private grant opportunity application from AARP for $25,000 to assist with the Village Center walkway and retaining wall improvement. So keep your fingers crossed that those come through, because that retaining wall and those sidewalks need some attention. And do I have anything else? That's all I have for today. Michelle, you want to say, do you have anything? Thank you for staying with us all night.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome to come.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so, anything else?
Exciting time, Shelley.
Okay, hearing nothing, do we have a motion to close the work session?
We don't have to go in exec, right? Good. Motion.
Second.
Exec? Did you say exec?
Yeah, I said yes.
All in
No,
favor?
bad word.
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.